One moment he was just a student. The next, he was bleeding, hunted by a skeletal knight, and trapped in a game world that wasn't supposed to exist. The protagonist, Shinobu Ijima, was an 18-year-old boy who was being chased by an undead knight wielding a spear. The spear struck him in the shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. In pain and terrified, he screamed loudly when the spear also pierced his leg. Despite the agony, he tried to dodge several more attacks, thinking that if the assault continued, he might die. No matter how many times it took, he resolved to keep fighting. At one point, he managed to grab the spear from the undead knight's hand, intending to land a punch because he had a goal in mind, to save Megumi. However, the undead knight stopped him and struck him to the ground. The undead knight didn't stop there. He stabbed the spear into Shinobu's eyes in an attempt to kill him. At that moment, Shinobu recalled the time a few hours earlier when he had been welcomed into the world of La Vida Online. He found himself in a field, confused about what was happening and wondering if he was inside the game called La Vida Online. He learned that it was a smartphone MMORPG set in a vast, open world where he could live many lives. Doubting whether it was real, he tried to check his status by tapping in the air. To his surprise, the system appeared and displayed his profile. As he looked over his profile, he was shocked to discover that his level was 1, and he could maxed it to level 99. He could not understand what was happening. He also learned that his player name had not yet been set. Shinobu wondered what was going on in that world. He found out that upon completing the tutorial, he would finish his registration and be required to enter his name. If he failed to register by the end of the tutorial, he would be treated as foreign data and would die. Moreover, any death after official registration would result in data loss as a penalty. He thought that if he died, it would all be over and questioned whether this was similar to La Vida. He was then instructed to head north along the grassy path, and finally the tutorial began. After a few years, while walking with a belly injury, he continued forward, remarking that although it was just a tutorial, he was already on the brink of death, and if he died, everything would be over. Suddenly, an undead knight appeared in front of him to attack. Feeling desperate and certain he was about to be killed, he dodged the undead knight's spear attack and kicked its hand, causing the bone to detach from its body. He wondered if he had struck a weak joint. However, the commanded level of the undead knight was different, and levels were not supposed to appear during the tutorial. Suddenly, he received a penalty for disobeying instructions. At that moment, the enemy caught up with him, and he encountered a monster. Shinobu was frustrated and wondered what he would do if an even stronger enemy appeared. Then he remembered that this was an action game where a slight level difference could be overcome with skill. He had been playing the game on his phone, but now he had to do it with his real body. Despite his injuries, he rushed to attack, thinking that if he did nothing, he might die. Although he doubted it would work, he tried to unleash level 1 fire magic. To his surprise, the magic manifested and struck the undead knight, creating an opening for him to stab the dagger into its back, cutting off one leg and one hand. Realizing everything was like the game, he resolved to push through with all he had. He struck the undead knight to slam it to the floor and finally killed it by stabbing the dagger into its skull. After the battle, he relaxed and lay down, understanding that by forming tactics and exploiting weaknesses, even a level 1 player could win. He confirmed that this was truly the world of La Vida. Suddenly, another monster appeared and pulled him into the sky by lifting him away from the ground. Shinobu thought that the penalty for the undead knight and the bird came as a set, and it had been so long that he could no longer remember the tutorial. As he was being captured by the giant bird, he tried to escape and attacked with fire magic to free himself, but he was about to fall. He struck the ground, but somehow managed to survive. However, he soon realized that a log had already pierced his body, and he wondered if he was still alive. His vision grew blurry, and he saw that his HP was only 1 out of 225. He thought that any movement might kill him. Suddenly, the bird came to strike him again, and he wished it would stop. All at once, his vision went completely black, and he wondered if he was going to die. He saw a vision of his parents happily being with him, and he thought he might be experiencing a life flash. He hoped that he would soon be with his parents and his sister Megumi, wishing for Megumi to live happily. Then he saw a strange person tearing Megumi's dress, and Shinobu shouted for them to leave her alone. Megumi called for help, but the person did not stop. Eventually, Shinobu realized that he had died. After some time, he opened his eyes to find himself back in the same place where he had started the tutorial for the first time. He wondered if he was still alive, but the screen moments earlier had informed him that he was dead. He was welcomed back to the La Vida online game once again. Then he realized that it was just the tutorial, and that players did not receive a penalty for dying. They simply respawned at the starting point. Even if they died, they would return to the beginning. Until the tutorial was over, he had to go through it all. He felt really stuck because he had been brought back to level 1. Then he recalled his past life, where he had been sitting in his room studying. Megumi had come by and asked if she could talk to him for a while. He agreed, saying it was fine, and he also mentioned that he had received a recommendation for college. Megumi was happy and congratulated him on that. Shinobu felt relaxed, knowing he could finally log out and return to La Vida. Megumi, poking him, asked if he really liked that game so much. He wondered if she needed something because she seemed a bit different than usual. Then Megumi revealed that her cat, Mocha, had been missing since the previous day. Suddenly, a man interrupted their conversation and asked Shinobu to talk with him privately. Shinobu apologized to Megumi, promising to discuss it later, and agreed to speak with the man. Sitting down with him, Shinobu learned that he had gained a scholarship and would be moving out in the spring. The man took a drink and revealed that Shinobu's real father had died. He explained that Shinobu and Megumi were the only friends of their father left, as their mother had already passed away, leaving only debt behind for them. Shinobu mentioned that they were very grateful that their uncle had taken them in without asking for anything. The man then revealed that he had received their father's life insurance payout of around 50 million yen and had kept it all for himself. Although he did not need the money because he was already wealthy, he was unwilling to give any of it to them. Shinobu was surprised, as he had assumed their uncle would help them financially, especially since Shinobu had been covering their living expenses with his part-time job. The uncle explained that his actions were motivated by revenge. He revealed that Shinobu's mother had been his first love, but in the past, she had not noticed him. It had been a one-sided crush. He had tried to stay close and be nice, and they had remained friends since childhood. As adults, he believed Shoko, Shinobu's mother, would understand the power of money and that he could win her over with it. However, she did not fall for his wealth and instead married Shinobu's father. The uncle had harbored a crush on her for 14 years, but then, unexpectedly, Shinobu's father appeared and kidnapped her. Hearing this, the uncle became so angry that he slammed the table, causing his drink to spill. He continued to explain that Shoko had died 12 years after the marriage, and Shinobu's mother had become ill due to the exhaustion of living in poverty. The uncle believed she had been effectively killed by Shinobu's father because with his money, he could have provided her a luxurious life. Shinobu was shocked to realize that they had been caught in their uncle's revenge for the past 4 years. When Shinobu asked if the uncle had been behind his father's death, the uncle denied full responsibility, saying that it was the fault of both of them. Since Shinobu did not understand, the uncle asked if he knew how his company had gone bankrupt. He explained that it was simple. The man himself had been the major landlord controlling matters at the bank. He had pressured the bank to tighten conditions on Shinobu's father's construction business, which caused his clients to disappear. The uncle also forced the bank to raise the interest rates on Shinobu's father's loans. As the funds drained, Shinobu's father had to rely on these high-interest loans. It was all part of the uncle's plan. The debts increased until Shinobu's father had no choice but to commit suicide. Shocked, Shinobu stood up and told the uncle he was mistaken, saying that his father had actually fallen at a construction site. The uncle laughed and said that Shinobu's father had begged him to make it look like an accident. Before his death, Shinobu's father had pleaded with the uncle to use the life insurance money to raise Shinobu and Megumi, and he had tears in his eyes. The uncle said he thought he would let his father go if he simply declared bankruptcy, but he laughed when the father of Shinobu ended his life for the insurance money that same day. Shinobu then grabbed the uncle's collar and asked if he did not care about human life. The uncle smiled, noting that there was anger in Shinobu's voice and despair in his eyes. Just like his father, he said that was why he kept Shinobu with them. And now, after seeing all of this, he intended to take full revenge. Shinobu thought of Megumi, and the uncle remarked that she looked just like Shoko, young and blooming. Megumi had just turned 16 the previous month and was the spitting image of Shoko. The uncle thought it was about time he tried her for himself as well. As Shinobu was about to hit his uncle, the uncle revealed that Megumi disliked him, which was why he had given up pursuing her. He did not want to risk anything that could get him arrested. He expressed frustration over why laws against indecent sexual behavior even existed. Shinobu was furious and wondered how someone like his uncle could exist so close to him. The uncle then reminded Shinobu that he had a gift to celebrate Shinobu's college acceptance. He revealed that he had erased all the data from the Levita game, where Shinobu had earned the 93rd place in the ranking. Shinobu was shocked and asked how his uncle even knew about that game. The uncle said he was ranked 5th and asked if Shinobu had never heard of the famous player known for quickly climbing the ranks. He explained that he only played about 30 minutes a day, spending money to buy advantages, which allowed him to reach the top ranks. He added that with enough money, anyone could reach such heights in the game and that all things were possible. The uncle said this was all part of his revenge against Shinobu and his father. Shinobu felt nothing but fear toward his uncle. He told his uncle that he was taking Megumi and leaving. The uncle told him to wait, saying he also had a surprise planned for Megumi. Shinobu drifted off from the plan, and the uncle asked if he remembered when Megumi first came there, bringing her cat with her. Shinobu recalled what Megumi had told him earlier about the cat and asked if the uncle had done something to it. The uncle revealed that he had thrown the cat in the garbage after mixing sleeping pills into its food. He said he didn't need a pet that didn't love him, neither the cat nor the woman. Shinobu felt that his uncle was a psychopath, like a criminal who kills for fun, and decided he couldn't stay there any longer. He had to escape with Megumi. Suddenly, he was hit by a punch that made him fall back, and he wondered what was happening. Then he saw an explosion engulf the uncle, who began to burn and cried out for help. Shinobu did not think to help him. Instead, he rushed to Megumi and told her there was a fire outside and that they needed to run. The fire spread rapidly, and Shinobu realized that if it continued, it would be very dangerous for them. Using a chair, he broke the building's window so they could escape. They were very high up, and Megumi wondered if they really had to jump from the 12th floor. Shinobu explained that there was a temporary roof over the bicycle parking below that might break if they fell, but staying inside would kill them. Shinobu suggested that he would cushion her fall, but Megumi refused. He then lifted her to jump, explaining that they had no other choice. At that moment, both of them died, and Shinobu wondered if this was what a roller coaster ride felt like. He thought that if he truly was going to die, he should at least punch his uncle once. But more importantly, he had to save Megumi. After hitting the parking shade below, he was transported to another game world, where he was thanked for his hard work in the Ranker Summoning event. It was shown that all the players who died during the nationwide gathering event had been transferred to a different world according to their rankings. Since the event had been cleared, the rewards were about to be distributed. Players were applying paid items for game status transfers, transferring non-class items, using possessed magic, and transferring owned skills. Shinobu was set to be ranked 93rd in the strength ranking. However, a bug was suddenly detected when the tutorial data refreshed, indicating that the tutorial had now restarted. Dragons were flying in the sky while Shinobu walked on the ground, calculating some mathematics, which he was able to do. He also recalled his name and his past, how his parents had passed away, and that his kindergarten class was called the Sunflower class. He had attended Miyako City Elementary and Junior High School. He was mainly trying to remember everything from where he had died. At present, he had a dagger, and he thought that this must be what it meant to reincarnate into a different world, or to be inside a game. He understood that he had died in the real world and had been reincarnated into the Levita Online game, which he had been playing for years. However, his level was currently 1, which he blamed on his psycho uncle. He then wondered if Megumi was still alive. After arriving in that world, an undead knight appeared, followed by a giant bird that attacked him, and he experienced his first death in that world. Fortunately, he revived quickly. Although he died during the tutorial, his level and equipment remained the same. As a penalty, however, he had to start from the beginning. Similar to many games, the pain from being stabbed was real, and he truly felt it all. He now knew how he needed to clear the tutorial, but he realized it would be difficult to venture outside at his current level. He encountered some goblins and rushed to strike them with his dagger, wondering if he should live as an ordinary citizen once again. Despite this, he did not feel slighted. By killing the goblins, his level increased, and he received rewards. Suddenly, he learned that a recovery orb had been sent to his gift box. Just then, he was attacked by another giant goblin boss. He He tried to dodge the attack and struck back using fire magic to defeat it, wondering what he should do next. He then checked his stats and decided to stay in a house, where he saw an orb flying in front of him, which he guessed marked the end of the tutorial. He was instructed to collect the transfer key, and the tutorial was about to end for him. He wondered if the game knew about other players. Many screens appeared, revealing that there were over 300 people. He never expected others to be reincarnated with him, and questioned whether the list showed his friends. The data updated in real time, and if the survival status was red, it meant the player was dead. He discovered that players also killed other reincarnated players, with more than 50 such cases reported. Growing worried about Megumi, he searched for her profile. He found the status of the psycho uncle, whose name was Imabayashi Ayumu, and saw that he was currently logged into the game. Shinobu worried about what would happen if Megumi had encountered Ayumu. However, he found no sign of Megumi's name on the list. He wondered if Megumi had died, but then realized he could not find his own name there either. This made him question whether there was a separate list for players with anonymous names. Eventually, he found two profiles, one for himself and one for Megumi. He was confused and concerned to see that Megumi was in a vegetative condition and that she was scheduled to log in again in 252 hours and 56 minutes. He wondered if this meant her condition was serious. The thought that Ayumu might be there to harm Megumi terrified him. He resolved that he would never let Ayumu touch Megumi, but he was uncertain about what to do next. He decided that he had to find and save Megumi. He noticed that Ayumu was already at level 99 and possessed many paid equipment items, while Shinobu was only at level 3. He wondered how he could possibly win against Ayumu. This reminded him of a past memory when he was sitting in his room and Ayumu was lying on the bed, asking if he was free to talk. He had replied that the video he was watching looked interesting and that he would talk after it ended. Ayumu said it seemed like he really enjoyed the gameplay commentary and asked him to talk to her once it was over. He agreed, and then saw a live stream where someone asked if viewers enjoyed playing Levita online. Inspired, he had a great idea to name his character Zombie Attack and aim to reach level 99 in the tutorial stage. The person in the video explained that if players hesitated in the game, they would remain at the starting point, and that a giant bone bird appeared after nightfall, something all citizens were aware of. Players needed to hunt these creatures to level up, but that was not an effective strategy, as they could only reach about level 15 before being unable to progress further. He then explained the game's backstory. It was designed for new players who had just logged into Levita Online, where escaping from the southern ruins and heading north was the intended path. With good judgment, players were advised to avoid heading toward the southern ruins' opposite direction, as it would lead them to face powerful enemies they needed to avoid while leveling up more. The streamer was very skilled at clearing dungeons, but admitted to dying a few times. He then shared some quick leveling tips and encouraged viewers to watch until the end of his 300-hour schedule. Shinobu stopped to think and concluded that watching the video was a good choice for him. He was ready to register his character's name. The screen prompted him to choose carefully, as name changes were not allowed later. He considered saying his real name, thinking it would be visible to others, but resolved that he would not run or hide and was determined to protect Megumi. His name was finally registered, and he was asked to complete the tutorial to obtain the transfer key. He briefly mentioned the orb, but expressed that he did not want it. He learned that a penalty would be applied if he did not follow the instructions. However, he thought he would rather accept the penalty and deal with it whenever necessary. The screen then showed that he had encountered an enemy while chasing a monster. Suddenly, an undead skeleton knight appeared and stabbed him in the chest with a spear, causing him to fall. He realized that this was his second time dying. It was revealed that Shinobu had not died. Despite feeling intense pain, he used his small dagger to cut the spear and remove the stabbed portion. As he struggled to get up, he wondered how many times he would be attacked but remained prepared for it. He knew the time limit was 240 hours, and that he needed to level up slowly and steadily. The undead knight launched another attack that killed him, forcing him to restart the game. Frustrated, Shinobu realized he had forgotten to cast a spell earlier. Eventually, he reached the room where he was penalized for breaking the rules. When the undead knight came to stab him again, Shinobu dodged the attack. The knight then assaulted him with magic, but although Shinobu tried to strike back with his small dagger, the attack was not strong enough. The undead knight killed him once more with the spear, sending him back to the beginning. This sequence repeated again. Shinobu encountered the undead knight, defeated it, but then was attacked by a giant bird. He used fire magic on the bird while maintaining his composure. More undead knights appeared, and despite his efforts to kill them, he was overwhelmed and sent back to the starting point again. Although the cycle continued, Shinobu refused to give up and eventually reached level 19. Later, he faced waves of undead knights and giant birds attacking together. After a hard-fought battle, he managed to reach level 34. Sometime after, Shinobu encountered a living armor figure whose recommended level to defeat was 85, but Shinobu was only at level 50. The monster emitted a strange aura and attacked him with magic. Shinobu tried to block the attack, recalling that physical attacks always caused a knockback effect. He attempted to jump over the monster to strike when Richie entered the scene. Shinobu wondered if he could defeat Richie. After the strike, Shinobu landed on the ground. Suddenly, many horned demons appeared from a portal to attack him. Shinobu realized this was his 20th fight against them since round 1, and he had memorized all their levels. To capture them all, he created a tornado. He even mentioned that he had come back to life to learn and had endured the pain many times, dying repeatedly because the enemies always used the same moves. This motivated him to never lose to them forever. Eventually, he reached the southern ruin, where he saw a vast army of undead knights. His level had finally reached 60, and he knew he had to clear the entire army to proceed. Confidently, he moved his hand forward, stating that even if they outnumbered him, their numbers would not be enough to defeat him. Everyone at level 50 or above was considered a tactical weapon, and in a small battle, a single person could make all the difference by using tier 4 skills. Shinobu attacked by creating a portal above the enemy, striking them with a minimum nuclear-level attack to defeat them all in one shot before heading toward the ruin for the real challenge. As he approached, he called out for the No-Life King to come out. The monster began to emerge, and Shinobu knew the minimum and recommended level to defeat it was 95. He was aware that the No-Life King used a tier 5 skill called the Death Sentence attack. Shinobu was killed by this attack and had to return to the starting point again. Although he acknowledged the large power gap, he noticed the monster was injured faster than expected, and he believed there was no enemy he couldn't defeat. He reached the area again, and when the No-Life King used the death sentence on him, Shinobu tried to dodge. The No-Life King kept attacking, while Shinobu attempted to evade and prepare to use his Tier 4 skill, Guardian of the 4 Sacred Beasts. However, before he could unleash it, the No-Life King struck him with a Tier 5 advanced skill called Rose of Hades, killing him once more. When Shinobu returned to the starting point again, he realized that merely understanding the enemy's attack patterns was not enough. He also needed to improve his reaction speed. Eventually, he faced the No-Life King once more. The monster launched the death sentence attack, which Shinobu managed to dodge, having grown accustomed to the inevitable attack. Then, the No-Life King used its Rose of Heads skill, but Shinobu countered with an enhanced magic guard. He struggled to protect himself, barely enduring 3 consecutive blows, which seemed to be the monster's limit. Spotting an opening, Shinobu rushed to attack using his Tier 4 skill, Holy Purification, summoning the Seraphim. Suddenly, the No-Life King disappeared, and Shinobu wondered if it had used Shadow Crossing. As he pondered where the monster had gone, it suddenly appeared from Shinobu's own shadow and tried to stab him. Shinobu noted that there was a slight deadly delay before the attack, and now he had learned to anticipate it. He resolved to use purification magic next time to counter it. Sacrificing all his HP and MP, Shinobu decided to cast his ultimate self-destruction skill to inflict massive damage. He used his Tier 3 skill, Suicide, which caused a huge explosion. After the blast, he awoke at the starting point, overwhelmed by intense pain that seemed to expand and burst, something he had never gotten used to. Despite this, he wondered if his level had increased, although he was unsure if he had truly defeated the monster. The fight had been extremely difficult, and he still could not defeat the No-Life King. He realized that if he could not overcome this challenge, he would not be able to save Megumi either. The No-Life King was his 10th challenge, and during one battle, Shinobu noticed that only the shadow crossing around its neck moved slowly. He found an opening to strike the neck, aiming to force the skill away from the monster's body. Eventually, he defeated the No-Life King and leveled up, but knew he had to continue fighting as long as necessary to truly conquer it. By the 46th challenge, and then again on the 52nd attempt, he continued to improve. Time had passed since the tutorial began, 218 hours and 26 minutes, and Megumi's scheduled login time had passed about 36 hours and 20 minutes earlier. Shinobu acquired an orb, realizing that taking it would transport him into the world where that vile scum was. At this point, his level was 77. Shinobu imagined that in that world, Ayumu might harass Megumi, claiming that it was what he wanted and that he had been waiting for her forever. He thought Ayumu might try to do lewd things to her, but Megumi managed to escape. Then, Shinobu pictured Ayumu exploding and another man arriving to harass her, causing her to scream for help. He quickly stopped dwelling on those disturbing thoughts, reminding himself that he had already leveled up to 77, so normal enemies would no longer be a problem. However, he knew it would be dangerous if he crossed paths with other reincarnated players who had maxed out their levels. Shinobu wondered why he had to endure all those troubles in the tutorial, especially since, as a summoner, he was unable to use his summoned beasts. After that, Shinobu decided to try summoning his beasts properly. He managed to summon one, but it was currently dead. To use it again, he realized he needed to restore it at a recovery facility. He understood that he had to find such a place to revive his summoned beasts, but since he couldn't do that during the tutorial, he had to hold off for now. Reviving them as soon as possible was his priority. He already knew that accessing the recovery facility would be easy once the tutorial was complete. After reviving his summoned beasts, he believed he could close the level gap with the other players, putting them on equal footing. By the time Megumi logged in, he needed to be as prepared as possible. Finally, he took the orb to complete the tutorial. The screen showed that he would receive a professional skill orb as a completion bonus, and the transfer would begin in 2 minutes. Shinobu wondered about this professional skill orb since he had never heard of it before. After checking, he discovered it was Divine Release, a skill that boosted the stats of subordinates by 11 times, which was insanely powerful. However, this skill was supposed to be added in an update scheduled 2 months from then. He questioned the timing and even wondered if this was truly Levita. It was Shinobu's first login, and since it was the trial version, an update had been implemented. He wondered if the world was still Levita. He discovered that the death penalty in the 13 steps to the ideal city dungeon was the same as in other dungeons, and all players would receive campaign rewards worth more than the cost of restructuring. Shinobu was shocked because, in the game, players paid to come back to real life, to come back to life. But once the tutorial ended in this world, death was final. The Destiny Show instructed him to use Babylon to challenge the 13 steps. When he touched it, he learned that special guests were welcomed to the ideal city located at the center of the world. Shinobu didn't fully understand what that meant. Suddenly, he found himself in a cave where he saw some goblins with one standing on a throne at their head. The first step. He hid so they wouldn't see him and observed them closely. He noticed that the goblins were of mythical classes, though he did not know much about them. He noticed that the goblin's quality level was 105, which shocked him because it meant the level cap had increased, and the maximum level was now 130. To defeat the No-Life King, Shinobu needed to have a level difference of about 20, which required dozens of attempts. However, that creature was 30 levels higher than him, and he had to fight such powerful enemies to clear the dungeon. This realization left him feeling hopeless and confused about what to do next. No matter how many times he died, he kept coming back. But now, things were different. He was trembling with fear. Suddenly, a goblin noticed him and rushed toward him. Shinobu tried to escape, but their speed was so fast he couldn't react properly. They slashed at him and their levels were worlds apart. After just 2 hits, he was on the verge of death. He felt underestimated by the goblins and feared he could be killed instantly if this continued. He knew the stakes were higher now. Failure meant death, which was terrifying. Still, he had no other choice and wished for Megumi to pray for him. Determined, he used his Tier 3 skill, Suicide, to kill himself along with the goblins. Then he used an orb of recovery to heal himself. He realized that the suicide skill consumed all his HP to create a massive explosive inferno, damaging all nearby enemies. The recovery orb, which he could obtain as a level-up bonus, was a complete healing item that restored all HP, MP, and stamina. This meant that by repeatedly activating suicide followed by the recovery orb, he could continuously assault his enemies, even though this defied the logic of the battle system. Despite the strict timing, the goblins were not dying quickly enough and kept attacking him. So, Shinobu used suicide again, followed by another recovery orb, and resolved to maintain this relentless cycle until the orbs ran out. He was trying hard to stay focused while continuously using the orb of recovery, though its supply was steadily decreasing. He knew he could not afford to miss the timing by even a split second. Otherwise, he would fail to defeat the goblins. As the orb of recovery's quantity diminished, he kept accelerating his pace. Finally, after killing all the goblins, he leveled up and received a reward. He discovered that a Tier 5 magic skill had been unlocked. Exhausted, he sat down to rest, feeling relieved to have defeated them. Physically, he was fine, but mentally he was extremely drained from repeatedly using the suicide attack and the orb of recovery. He was truly grateful to have survived. An announcement about the updates was sent to everyone who had entered the land of Levita online. The announcement stated that the 13 steps to the Ideal City dungeon had been released, the player level cap had been removed, and job skills had been unlocked alongside the dungeon's release. All players might log in, except for the last players, who had 10 months and 28 days remaining. Shinobu reached a place where lava was flowing out from the mountain behind him. He saw the profile of his sister Megumi, whose login status was completely blank, and he felt as if he was waiting for her. He noted that Megumi was the last player who had not logged in yet, and the system indicated she had been offline for 10 months and 23 days. However, since Shinobu had only finished the tutorial about 2 hours earlier, he thought the time flow might differ between Earth and the game world. He understood that 2 hours in Japan was almost equivalent to a year in the game, and since he had spent 250 hours in the tutorial, the game world must be about 100 years ahead of the real world. This made him wonder who had been reincarnated there first, since that person should have died of old age by now. He was very confused about what was happening because it was not the real world. Therefore, there was no guarantee that players would age or have a normal lifespan, and perhaps the rules were completely different. It was also possible that other players had become incredibly powerful. Shinobu thought to proceed cautiously because he needed to gather more information. The closest country from his location was the Lyric Empire, which remained unchanged. He flew away using his magic power, thinking that he needed to heal his summoned beast. Since the presence or absence of the summoned beast significantly affected his fighting power, summoners typically sent their beasts to recovery facilities. However, Shinobu now possessed an item he had obtained by defeating a mythical goblin, a professional skill orb called Rescue Subordinates. This item was not available in Levita, where he had originally planned to use it, so it must have been a new feature introduced after an update. Although the skill couldn't revive his summoned beast, it eliminated the need to visit a recovery facility. He realized the world he had entered was definitely an updated version, which explained some of the differences, but he still wondered why there was a 100-year time gap and why he had so little information about it. He also thought maybe he shouldn't use the Rescue Subordinate skill yet, as he didn't want other reincarnated players, especially Ayumu, to discover his location. He decided that his best course of action was to head to the guild first to gather information. Ideally, he would arrive before sunset, but it was already getting dark, so he might have to camp somewhere. Along the way, he noticed some disaster certification ogres attacking knights and chasing them away. The human knights were no match for the ogres. Shinobu observed them while hiding and saw that the ogres were all level 10, while the knights' HP was only around 250. For professions related to close combat, the HP should be around 500 to 600, so with such stats, these ogres were indeed difficult opponents. However, in reality, those knights were weak rather than the ogres being exceptionally tough. Someone urged the knights to hang in there because if they could hold out, Lord Jacob might be able to intervene. Shinobu wondered who this Lord Jacob was. The knights looked terrified, and Alcott was asked to escape, but no one was retreating. Shinobu thought there was no sign that they were relying on help, and he couldn't just leave them like that. Yet, he also wondered how he could assist without drawing attention. He definitely didn't want other reincarnated people to know he was there. He concluded it would be best to take down all the ogres at once, and then retreat quickly. Shinobu knew there were many different magical powers to choose from. The 4th and 5th tier spells were high-level magic and would be overkill for the ogres. The Tier 4 skill Minimum Nuclear, which he had used during the tutorial, was a flashy and eye-catching spell. Many people could use Tier 3 magic, which was considered safe. The Breath of the Fire King was a good option but also very flashy. Tier 1 magic, however, wouldn't be enough to kill all of them. Finally, Shinobu decided that he would use Tier 2 magic. He believed that a large fire spell would be sufficient to defeat all the ogres in one shot, without drawing too much attention. As the ogres prepared to attack the knights, they suddenly moved erratically, leaving the knights confused by their strange behavior. Shinobu used the Tier 2 skill called Large Fire to launch fireballs at the ogres, killing them all instantly. The knights wondered if the danger was truly over, amazed that the disaster-certified ogres had been wiped out so quickly. They speculated about the power of the magic and assumed it must have been their Lord Jacob who had used the spell to save them. Shinobu had already left the area, thinking how lucky he was that the knights believed Lord Jacob had come to their aid. However, the battle had consumed a lot of his time, so he decided to camp nearby for the night. He was certain there were hidden orcs in the forest, creatures considered delicious in the game, and he was eager to try hunting them. Yet, despite his anticipation, he couldn't shake off a strange feeling. Shinobu thought about the orc steak, imagining how tasty it might be, and how toasting it would enhance the flavor. Though it was only a vivid mental image, he never expected the day would come when he could actually try it, and the thought excited him greatly. Suddenly, he heard a person screaming and spotted more knights being attacked by giant pig-like monsters. Shinobu checked their stats and found that the monsters' levels ranged from 5 to 10, with some even below 5. Knowing the knights stood no chance against these monsters, he felt compelled to help. He descended quietly, hiding as he went, and observed how close the high orcs and knights were. He realized that a wide-range attack might harm the knights, so he decided to use tracking magic instead. However, before he could act, a knight approached and asked what he was doing. The knight pointed out that there was a group of high orcs and a disaster-level monster nearby, and as he placed his hand on Shinobu's shoulder, Shinobu gave him a look that made him withdraw it. The knight then asked if Shinobu was an adventurer, mentioning that only rank B and above were allowed there. Suddenly, someone laughed from a nearby carriage, mocking Shinobu by saying it seemed like a poor adventurer from the countryside had arrived and that he wouldn't qualify as a rank B adventurer. The man boasted that real adventurers had high-quality skill fabrics, glamorous ornaments, and earned money just to show off. Shinobu found the man suspicious as he stepped out of the carriage. The man continued to mock, claiming all black-coated adventurers were alike. Shinobu interrupted, shouting that he was a low-ranking guild member and that it wasn't the time for such talk since they were surrounded by high orcs. The knight then called the man Lord Jacob, and Shinobu realized this was the person the knights had mentioned earlier. Jacob remarked that it seemed his name was known even in that area, but criticized the country folk for having the bad manners to call someone by their first name. The knight told Jacob not to waste time on someone like Shinobu because the high orcs were already upon them. Jacob, enjoying his tea, replied that the knight was noisy and that he already knew the situation without being told. He reminded the knight that time was money and extremely valuable. After placing his cup down, Jacob wondered aloud where he should fire the promised first shot. The knight asked if Jacob was really planning to abandon them after just one shot. Jacob explained that he could handle some of the orcs with Tier 2 normal fire magic, but to take them all down, they would need someone with superpowers, more than just normal fire. He added that it would be very tough and that he was not being paid for such an effort. The knight asked if Jacob intended to let them be wiped out. Shinobu thought it was indeed impossible to wipe out all the orcs with ordinary fire, but with extra shots from a Tier 2 skill, it wouldn't be much trouble. Since Tier 3 magic wasn't significantly more powerful, he wondered if Jacob was holding back. Shinobu also realized that if Jacob wouldn't act, he himself would have to intervene. He wasn't going to let the knights be wiped out. As Shinobu advanced toward the battle with the orcs, Jacob teasingly asked what he thought he was doing and if he really believed a weakling like him could handle all those enemies. He said that even a genius like himself wouldn't be able to do so. Shinobu then used the Tier 3 skill, Breath of the Fire Dragon King. At first, Jacob suspected Shinobu was only pretending to help, but when the fire attack unleashed upon all the orcs and killed them, Jacob was genuinely shocked. He thought about how he had spent his entire life trying to learn such magic, but even beyond the highest level of Tier 2 legendary magic, he wouldn't be able to surpass it. The remaining orcs began to retreat, but Shinobu decided to finish them off, using the attack 2 more times on other groups. After 3 consecutive uses, Jacob was utterly stunned, finding it unbelievable that someone could wield such power repeatedly. All the knights knelt before Shinobu, addressing him as the Great Sage and expressing that it was an honor to meet him. Shinobu felt confused and wondered what was happening. He thought they might be exaggerating, considering that he had only used a level 3 magic spell. The knights insisted that it was indeed powerful tier 3 magic, and only a great sage could wield such power. Shinobu understood that this was typical for that world. He then wondered if Jacob was all right, since he seemed so important. Jacob was still in shock, unable to comprehend how someone could use such a skill. A knight explained that Jacob was considered a genius among geniuses, having mastered tier 2 magic in his 20s, and was currently a B-rank adventurer. Shinobu found this information strange and blunt. He learned that Jacob was a master of the super magic normal fire, but even Jacob couldn't perform the spell Shinobu had used. The knights insisted Shinobu must be the great sage and thanked him, calling him their savior. Shinobu now understood the situation clearly. The people in this world had become incredibly weak, and this realization was a great discovery for him. He knew there was no longer any easy target to overpower, and he couldn't allow anyone to find him, so he resolved to proceed carefully. Using immense dark power, Shinobu made the knights aware that something immense was gathering, prompting them to ask what he intended to do. Shinobu revealed that he might have done something that shouldn't be witnessed, so he would erase the memories of everyone who had seen it. He then used erase magic. The knights were shocked, and Jacob was stunned at Shinobu's ability to use such powerful magic. Shinobu employed a tier 4 skill called Brain Jack to erase their memories. After Shinobu had used that attack on all of them, they had all fainted. When they woke up, they had no memory of what had happened earlier. However, they were all saved by Jacob's magic. Shinobu felt that it seemed as if Jacob had erased everything, and the magic had been very useful to him. He realized that they could tamper with or even erase memories. Shinobu noted that everyone had been saved by Jacob's magic, which would help people feel better, and not helping them would leave a bad impression. Jacob had used a tier 2 normal fire skill to burn the knights, which shocked Shinobu. Shinobu approached and asked what Jacob was doing. Jacob called Shinobu the Great Sage and wondered if Shinobu had performed memory manipulation earlier. Shinobu wondered if Big Jack had failed. Then Jacob mentioned Tenseisha and questioned whether Shinobu was trying to hide his existence as Tenseisha. If that was the case, Jacob thought it would be better to kill all the knights. He asked if Shinobu didn't think that would be certain. Shinobu replied that there was no need to kill them and that no matter what, it was excessive. Shinobu thought that Jacob was truly insane and wondered if he had no qualms about killing people, especially if he knew that Shinobu was a reincarnated person. Jacob laughed and mentioned that if that was the TR4 memory manipulation, he realized that he was being manipulated as well. However, he believed that nothing was perfect, even magic beyond human understanding. Putting that aside, he said that if a magic mage who surpassed him appeared, his own value would surely decrease, and that was far more important than a few human lives. Shinobu wondered why Jacob's memories hadn't disappeared, and he was certain that Jacob would be affected by the brain jack if he resisted it. Jacob then showed him that the Kakin item had been activated by him. Shinobu wondered about the mysterious stone, Alexandrite, and learned that they could acquire the item by purchasing it. Then he understood that Jacob was also a reincarnated person like himself. Jacob revealed that the item had been bestowed upon his family 100 years ago. Shinobu was curious about this. Jacob continued, explaining that about 100 years ago, a god appeared through a Tenseisha like Shinobu and began controlling the world from the shadows. There had been war breakdowns across the world, one after another. However, large-scale wars began to collapse, which had a massive impact on the world, and their influence remained strong even then. The Levita Empire possessed the Tiger's Eye, the Holy Church held the Dragon's Roar, the Frontier Alliance had the Tianxia, the Adventurer Guild commanded the Brigade of Dawn, and the Commercial Union controlled the Patriotic Leon. Jacob mentioned that these groups governed different regions, and their power continued to grow. Shinobu thought that all these were from the game he used to play, and recognized them as well-known guilds. Jacob told him that, as a Tenseisha, Shinobu must already be aware that he had spoken about the habit. Shinobu understood that the people in that world already knew about reincarnated individuals, calling themselves gods and acting freely. He guessed it was natural given the fuss over TR3 users, and he could see why they referred to themselves as gods. Jacob was confused and asked Shinobu whether he should report him to the Imperial City or the guild headquarters, or exploit Shinobu's weakness to tap into his immense power, or even drain him dry to the bone. Shinobu wondered about his supposed weakness, and Jacob revealed it was his tendency to tamper with memories and possibly hide his real identity. However, Shinobu didn't kill people using roundabout methods like memory manipulation and had some limitations on killing. Shinobu mentioned that Jacob talked a lot. Jacob then wrote something on paper saying he had a proposition and asked Shinobu for a duel. That page was a blood pact, which, once signed, would bind them, and if broken, would cause death. Shinobu thought that the Black Pact was also in the game, where their souls would explode if the game ended. Jacob asked if Shinobu planned to refuse, then passed him the paper, telling him that he would make sure the world knew about Shinobu's existence. Jacob continued by saying that he would get to choose the duel location, and if he lost, he would become Shinobu's slave and reveal Shinobu's secret. However, if he won, he would keep that secret. Shinobu mentioned that even though it was a contract, he gained nothing from it, but still had no other choice but to sign it. After signing the duel contract, Shinobu asked Jacob if he really thought he could beat him. Jacob said that it might be impossible in a normal fight, but if he got to choose the location, it would be a different story. Shinobu did not understand and wondered about the significance of the location. Suddenly, the area changed completely, and both of them were summoned to a strange place where many giant rocks floated in the air. Shinobu wondered if it was spatial transfer, noting how vast the area was. Jacob revealed that only a god's power could stand against another god, and that the Kakin item passed down through his family would give him absolute blessing. He also mentioned that before the fairy tales ruling over magical creatures nearly as powerful as gods came to serve him. Shinobu wondered what would happen if this were not a duel. Suddenly, Jacob summoned many beasts, mentioning that they were the ones sighted on Sloth. Shinobu found that there were 4 great spirits and wondered what he should do. Jacob mentioned that even someone like Shinobu had lost the calmness in his expression. Shinobu prepared himself, stating that if Jacob's goal was such, he would not back down. He had figured out why Jacob had summoned a low-tier 4 great spirit first. Jacob's real skill was not summoning itself, but using a summoned beast as a medium to summon higher-level spirits. Shinobu recalled the Rite of Life summoning magic and realized that Jacob must intend to sacrifice the 4 great spirits to summon an even higher-level spirit. By repeatedly sacrificing and taming, the result would be similar to what was implemented in the game. In that world, such a mythic-level spirit likely existed, the demon god Lucifer, the highest of all. Shinobu understood that if something like that appeared, he would not be able to win against it in his current state. He realized that his real role was that of a summoner, and because of his class skill, the king of all things, he could summon high-tier spirits without the constraints of life's rights. If Jacob intended to perform that, Shinobu decided he would act 1 step faster and could win by relying on his speed no matter what. Jacob stated that he did not know what Shinobu was planning, but it was all useless as long as he remained in the space where he could control even the gods. Then he called all 4 great spirits to a higher dimension, surpassing the 3rd tier to ascend to the 4th. He was very excited because he had surpassed the gods. Shinobu muttered to himself, wondering why Jacob was so excited about reaching Tier 4. Then he realized that in their world, carelessness meant losing one's life, and there was no reason to hold back. Jacob was the one who slaughtered soldiers without changing his expression, while Shinobu resolved to attack with everything he had, without overthinking. Jacob noticed that Shinobu was also a summoner and challenged him to summon. He added that even if Shinobu became a slave, he would not regret it. Shinobu then prepared himself, stating that he would no longer hold back. He recognized the training skill Devil Subordinate Rescue, and, enraged, declared he was going all out as well. Then he summoned the 5th tier Flame Dragon Imperial Bahamut. When the creature appeared, Jacob was shocked because it was of the 5th tier. He remarked that even Shinobu would not get away with that look. Jacob wielded the power of the spirit gods, which transcended human knowledge. However, he soon noticed that 4 of his spirits were trembling because of Shinobu. He wondered if Shinobu had summoned the most powerful 5th tier spirit god. Shinobu called out, saying it was still too early for Jacob to look away, and declared that he was now going to unleash his true power. As Shinobu released more of his power, all 4 of Jacob's spirits began to flee. Shinobu considered summoning the Sea King Leviathan, as well as the Thunder Emperor Indra and Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. Jacob was truly terrified because all 4 were among the highest 5th tier gods. Shinobu mentioned that he was now capable of summoning 6th tier beings as well, so he used his power to summon Seraph Gabriel. Shinobu's team was now fully prepared, which greatly frightened Jacob, as Gabriel was an archangel ranked just below the one true god among the seraphim, sharing the same rank as Lucifer. All summoned creatures below the 5th tier bowed before her. Shinobu knew all of this from the game's settings, but seeing her in person was truly spectacular. Jacob still could not believe that such a thing was happening before his eyes. Shinobu understood that Jacob had gone mad, as expected, since he could not comprehend anyone stronger than 4th-tier spirits. Then Jacob collapsed, and Shinobu told him that although he knew Jacob was not strong, he had been worried Jacob might be a trap. However, because of this, Shinobu had the chance to witness Gabriel's appearance, for which he was grateful. Gabriel snapped her fingers and called Shinobu, saying she was borrowing Leviathan. Leviathan understood her command and struck Jacob to kill him. Shinobu wondered if they would really kill Jacob, but when he saw the burst of energy, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shinobu asked Gabriel why she had killed Jacob. Gabriel explained that the sole reason was that Jacob had opposed Shinobu. There was a brief silence after hearing this, and Shinobu thought that Gabriel was the kind of character who treated her master as an absolute god, and anyone who opposed her would be mercilessly slaughtered. At that moment, she had become like a battle machine, just as the game's settings described. Shinobu guessed that it was not his fault for trying to stop all of this. Gabriel then asked if there was any problem, but Shinobu denied it, saying it was already done, and there was no use in doing anything more about it. Afterwards, Shinobu pointed a finger at her and told her that she should not kill people so easily. Gabriel understood, and Shinobu added that even if the people were villains, it did not mean they could be killed without question. Gabriel wondered aloud and told him that the enemy was heretic, like those in the witch hunts of old, and that power should be used to trample, suppress, and crush them. Shinobu was shocked and replied that this was not what he meant. Rather, he was asking her to stop torturing and killing indiscriminately. If it was absolutely necessary, she should check with him first, though he thought he would not give her permission. Gabriel understood that Shinobu was telling her to judge by modern Japanese morals, which was his command. He responded that if she acted accordingly, she was very obedient, and everything would proceed according to his intentions, and she would follow his commands. Shinobu made all the other spirits disappear, remarking that Gabriel's existence was an exaggerated reason, and wondered if he should tell her to die. In response, she reached into her chest and pulled out an orb while sitting down, causing blood to scatter around them. She said that if that was what he wanted, she would do it. Shinobu was shocked to see the summoned beast so hurt, and realized that this was the maximum loyalty a summoned beast could show. Gabriel explained that her body was built tough, so it would take some time to completely shut down. Shinobu said that was already enough, and asked her not to die but to heal herself with her magic. She did as told, and he apologized for his earlier harsh words and for causing her injury. Gabriel assured him that she would obey all his commands, and that he could use her day and night for any chores or tasks he wished, without refusal. Shinobu wondered about the night care she mentioned, and Gabriel explained that when a female summons a beast, loyalty exceeds 80, so the beast becomes completely devoted to their master, body and soul. Shinobu then understood what she meant and realized she would agree if he desired that. He felt flustered, wondering what she meant until she began making lewd sounds as expected. He was confused about what had happened to her. Then he noticed the expression limit was R15, but realized this was not the R18 version of La Vida Online. Gabriel told Shinobu that he was still 17 and apologized for not considering that. He then understood that La Vida Online also had an erotic game version. Gabriel mentioned she could not perform the night care since he was under R18, but she could undress just the upper body, which she did while asking how he liked it. Shinobu felt very weird and still did not like the idea, even if it was because of loyalty. She agreed with his feelings. Shinobu then suggested they talk about the future elsewhere, thinking that since the caster was dead, the space would soon collapse. Gabriel reached out to touch his face and hugged him, saying the space would disappear soon, so they should go to a safer place. Shinobu felt very strange about this. Gabriel then made her wings appear, and together they summoned to a forest near a river. She wondered what Shinobu planned to do next. Shinobu told her he was thinking of looking for some pawns, and wanted to form a party with a special group of misfits. They made a campfire at night. Gabriel was cutting meat while wondering about the meaning of failure. She thought that if Shinobu was searching for pawns, it would be better to choose those who were skilled. However, considering his goal of helping his sister, wouldn't it be necessary for him to increase their forces? After all, relying on just a few might not be enough. Gabriel felt uneasy, wondering if he was implying that her strength was insufficient. Shinobu then told her not to misunderstand. He explained that his main profession was that of a summoner, and even for a 6th-tier summoner, there were many restrictions on how many summons could be active at once. He added that if a level 99 maxed-out player formed a party to attack them, they would easily be defeated. If all of them came at Shinobu together, Gabriel wouldn't even be able to play the role of a shield, let alone wield a sword. That was simply a fact. She admitted that it might be difficult for her to fight even with the power she had against a party of maxed-out players. She continued by saying that if it was his command, she would serve him with her life. When she was about to say she would kill herself, he stopped her, explaining that he had not meant that and asked her not to try to die so quickly. She obeyed his command and stopped. The next morning, as they walked away, they continued their discussion. Shinobu mentioned that those who had arrived before them were probably working in parties because it was more efficient and ensured their safety. Gabriel pointed out that if it was just the two of them, they were already not enough, and asked if he had any plan to counter that or if it would be possible to face multiple players. He reassured her not to worry, saying the situation was not so bad. He explained that when max-level players formed parties, they would end up fighting opponents of equal strength, which usually resulted in a deadlock where neither side could advance. This applied to guilds controlling many territories as well. Moreover, since there was a level cap, changing that situation was difficult. Gabriel wondered if it was unlikely they would engage in combat with such players. Shinobu agreed, but said it would only be temporary. She didn't understand. So he explained that others were waiting for the moment when the balance would break, allowing the level cap to rise on a large scale. At that point, they would raise their levels to 130. Once they leveled up quickly enough to surpass others, it would cause a major problem and shift the power balance. He added that the upcoming update would coincide with the time his sister would log in, which was about 10 months away. During that time, their goal was to level up. Fortunately, he had already acquired the update bonus, and by using the 13 stairs to the city, they could reach level 130 in advance. Shinobu agreed and mentioned that before anything else, they needed to find more pawns and recruit the locals as their allies. Gabriel did not understand why he wanted to gather the locals. He explained that, based on the information he had gathered during their journey, he believed the inhabitants of that world were very weak. She agreed and asked for the reason behind their weakness. Shinobu revealed that there was a reason. About 100 years ago, the reincarnated people had worked to establish their dominance by creating a fatal flaw that hindered the growth of the local population. This was why the locals' stats were low and their magic had changed. He said this was the most reasonable explanation. In reality, however, the locals could grow because they possessed stats, levels, and magical powers. If the NPC companion system in the 13 stairs to the ideal city dungeon worked as expected, Gabriel added that they could bring up to 5 NPCs with them, and the inhabitants of that world had room to develop. Shinobu agreed and said that if they could find special people who met certain criteria and train them, even the locals could reach the level of the reincarnated beings. Gabriel wondered what those special criteria were. Shinobu replied that the individuals should be between the ages of 12 and 15, be magic users who were unable to use their powers properly and were considered failures in that world. But among them, there should be some talented ones who could become excellent disciples. Gabriel wondered aloud where they should look for such people. Shinobu was reluctant to answer, but eventually suggested that it was probably in the city. The scene then shifted to a city where many monsters and humans were held captive in a prison. A man was even seen beating girls with a stick. All of them were slaves. Shinobu arrived there, thinking how terrible it was and how hard it was to believe such a place existed where lives were treated so carelessly. Yet he noticed that the slaves meant for lewd purposes were kept completely clean, as if all the worst parts of humanity had been distilled into this place. Though disgusted by the sight, he reminded himself that he had to endure it in order to save Megumi. He asked Gabriel to search among the prisoners, and she agreed. Since she was dressed like a maid, others blushed when they saw her, including Shinobu. Shinobu felt flustered and told her it was nothing and that they were there to choose. He thought she needed to change her appearance to hide the fact that she was a summoner. He gave her a clear guideline. She was to be portrayed as a god, although generally, a seraph would not be defined as a god. Gabriel supposed that if he was speaking logically, among the 8 million gods, she could be considered a high-ranking divinity. Shinobu agreed and asked why Gabriel didn't try choosing based on her intuition. He suggested that she might find the correct answer if she looked from a different perspective than his. He asked her to consider the characteristics he had mentioned and choose wisely among them. Gabriel agreed, and they left to examine all the slaves who were seated nearby. Gabriel first pointed at a boy, saying she was unworthy, but she sensed talent for magic in his eyes. Shinobu denied the choice and asked her to look at others. She then pointed to another boy, but Shinobu rejected that one as well. As she pointed to a third child, Shinobu denied again, and when he was about to speak, Gabriel stopped him, insisting that she could feel magic flowing from that boy. Shinobu acknowledged that might be true, but wondered if she was being a bit biased, noting that all the children looked very young. Gabriel replied that she was following instructions to choose based on intuition. Shinobu felt it was less intuition and more her preference, but said it was fine. While she chose, he would watch over the process as well. Then he asked if Gabriel had noticed the beast-skin child over there. Her name was Alice Cecil, and she was in terrible condition. Shinobu decided to pick Alice. Shinobu took a close look and realized that her condition was truly severe, afflicted by an outrageous number of negative status effects. A man approached and explained that Alice was a child of the Domi tribe, a group with cat ears who lived in the Skahasa Great Forest, which was ruled by demi-humans. He said that her village had been burned down, and she had ended up as a slave. When Shinobu asked about her price, the man laughed and said that although Alice was still a virgin, her severe condition made even embarrassing her a matter of life and death. He added that recently, her condition had worsened only slightly, and someone was interested in buying her. Negotiations were progressing toward a confirmed purchase. However, Alice had just hit that person. The man explained that this person was a very valuable customer, but Alice had spat at him, scratched him, and even kicked him. Shinobu remarked that the situation was quite problematic, but believed that Alice's temperament was fine. He then asked if he could buy her for a silver coin. The man questioned whether Shinobu was even listening to him, pointing out that with her temperament and those bad status effects, the deal was unlikely. Shinobu interrupted him, assuring that nothing would be a problem, and handed over a silver coin to seal the deal. The man said he would be grateful if Alice had any value, even if it was just a single coin, and joked that Shinobu seemed quite perverted. Shinobu then asked Gabriel how long the process would take, to which she replied that it would take only around 3 seconds. Shinobu entered the cage, introduced himself, and told Alice that he was there to help her and that she would not become a slave. He explained that, as a capable magician, he was searching for a disciple, and if Alice truly desired to become stronger, she should become his disciple. He extended his hand, asking her to take it and get up. Alice wondered if she was really becoming a disciple rather than a slave. Shinobu explained that he wanted to make her stronger because he had something he wanted her to accomplish. He assured her he was not forcing her, but understood that she might not trust him yet. Still, she tried to get up. Shinobu added that even if she did not take his hand, he would still make sure to treat her well and keep her safe. Alice then grabbed his hand, revealing that she genuinely wanted to get stronger because there was someone she wished to defeat. She questioned if she could indeed become stronger for sure. Shinobu agreed, asking Alice to trust him and assuring her that she would become stronger. Suddenly, as she tried to get up, she collapsed again. Shinobu wondered if she was truly all right and thought it would be best for her to stay with him. The scene then reminded him of Alice's past. When she had left her village, all her family members had come to see her off at the edge of the village, wishing her good luck and urging her to do her best. Alice had thanked everyone before leaving. Later, when she attended the Imperial Magic Academy, the teacher had addressed the students as elite students of the academy who were to accept spirits. The teacher explained that summoning a third-tier beast was the limit for humans, and that the 4 great spirits were the salamander, undine, gnome, and sylph. She further stated that all the students would make contracts with these 4 spirits. In rare cases, some could only form contracts with 3 of them, but such exceptions were uncommon among those aspiring to become excellent magicians. The teacher then asked the students to demonstrate their powers. When it was Alice's turn, she called the names of all 4 spirits, but nothing happened. Many people spoke ill of her, calling her a disgrace to the academy and a failure. Someone even taunted her, telling her to return to her village and stick with the natives. Feeling deeply hurt, Alice cried and hid herself, recalling her past and family. The teacher then showed her an expulsion notice, ordering her to return to her village as she had been expelled from the academy. As Alice was on her way back home, she felt deeply saddened about her family but was happy at the thought of seeing them again. However, when she arrived, she found that her village was burning. Suddenly, a man dressed entirely in white appeared behind her and struck her harshly, asking if she understood why the village had been destroyed. Lying on the ground, she asked for the reason. The man revealed that it was because she had failed to form a contract with the 4 great spirits, and upon learning this, the village was destroyed. Alice still did not understand why he had done such a thing. He explained that she had the potential to reach his domain, but at that time, it did not matter. Smirking, he asked if she really hated him for destroying her hometown and those dear to her. Filled with anger and tears, she said she wanted to kill him. The man responded that it was fine because she was sharpening her hatred like a weapon against him. He said he would devour all her experiences as experience points and rise to a level beyond invincibility. He declared that their conversation was over and that they must finish this. He then used a 5th abnormal state, petrification. Alice was afflicted with the worst conditions imaginable: paralysis, poison, corruption, magic seal, infection, weakness, and many more. She lay trembling in pain. The man said he would now hand her over to a slave merchant where she would have to struggle desperately to survive. For revenge, she would have to grow stronger and eventually face him as a worthy opponent, offering her flesh in the form of experience points. Alice cried out, asking for his name, and vowed she would never forgive him. He declared that he had discarded his name after nearly being killed once, and that he had no name to give. He was known as the Godslayer. He explained that he had killed all the reincarnators, and that the title of Godslayer suited him well. Although he was beyond the maximum level, having surpassed level 99, it was still not enough. He vowed to become a high-level warrior and wait for her to stand before him. The scene returned to the present, where Shinobu was waiting outside while the slave merchant took Alice to change her into normal clothes. Gabriel approached Shinobu and told him that everything was ready, so he should go inside. Upon entering, Shinobu saw Alice's injuries and asked Gabriel to treat her. Alice was conscious and declared that she would become Shinobu's disciple despite being bought as a slave. She mentioned that she did not have any infection and that the petrification curse had nearly killed her. She had many kinds of severe negative status effects implanted, so it wouldn't be surprising if she died at any moment. Alice said that 3rd-tier curse removal magic could cure her, but Shinobu was unwilling to spend that much mana on her. Shinobu then stated that they would need to visit the Holy Church in the imperial capital for proper treatment. Gabriel asked Elise not to worry, then requested Shinobu to hold her for a moment, as she had to treat Elise within 3 seconds. She used the 5th-tier Seraph's Blessing magic on Elise to cure her and asked if it still hurt. Elise wondered if all her bad status effects had been cured, but she thought it was impossible because the Godslayer had used 5th-tier magic on her in the past. Gabriel reassured her that it was natural for the 5th-tier Seraph's Blessing to be able to heal such effects. Alice then asked who Gabriel was. Gabriel introduced herself as an Era, the highest-ranking angel and Shinobu's loyal summoned beast. Although she appeared human, she mentioned her wings as proof of her true nature. Suddenly, Gabriel noticed a tattoo on Alice's leg and began to examine it. Flustered, Alice wondered what Gabriel was doing. Gabriel apologized to Shinobu, explaining that she had missed the slave mark. Alice revealed that the tattoo was not a status effect, so it couldn't be healed with the Seraph's Blessing. However, Gabriel used her power to make the mark disappear, which greatly shocked Alice when she saw how it was done. Gabriel told Shinobu she had removed it, but it took more than 3 minutes and she apologized again. Shinobu replied that it didn't matter whether it took 3 minutes or 3 seconds. Alice then asked who they both were. Shinobu suggested going somewhere else to explain everything in detail. Excusing himself, he lifted Alice into his arms, which flustered her. She admitted that she was indeed bought by him, but asked him not to do things so suddenly. Shinobu wondered if anyone was watching them, but Gabriel denied it. Alice confessed that she was very embarrassed and, as a woman, needed to prepare herself mentally. Shinobu asked her to calm down, warning that she was imagining things incorrectly. and that if she continued like this, her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Alice's thoughts drifted into a perverted direction as she wondered what Shinobu was going to do with her. Suddenly, Shinobu moved with a flash of speed, lifting her as they flew using magic. Alice was surprised and wondered if it was a third-tier spell, but it was nothing compared to the shock she had felt earlier. They rose above the city to a considerable height, which made Alice a bit worried. She mentioned that the maximum altitude for flight magic should be around 200 meters. Shinobu agreed, explaining that he was currently using a 4th-tier gravity nullification magic. Alice was shocked as they ascended into the clouds and rose high above the earth. Shinobu asked her if she knew about the sky and the world of pure darkness beyond it. When she admitted she did not, he explained that since she would be his disciple, she would learn many things that would surprise her far more than what she had seen so far. He warned that sometimes her common sense would be overturned, and if she became too surprised or excited by everything she learned, her body might not be able to handle it, so this should be her last surprise. Given the breathtaking sight before her, Shinobu wondered what else could possibly surprise her. Alice agreed with him. At that moment, Gabriel appeared, her wings unfolding as she reported that the spatial fixation to the material world at their base, Izana, was ready and that they could connect at any time. She suggested they begin. Shinobu agreed and used a 5th-tier dimensional slash, creating a giant slash through space. Elise was shocked and found it unbelievable that space itself could be cut like that. She admitted she would no longer be surprised by anything, but acknowledged that such feats were nothing for Shinobu. Gabriel then began to chant to activate her magic, and through the portal they opened, they saw a castle. Elise asked what it was, and Shinobu revealed it was his home. They then entered the portal to reach the castle. They all landed in front of the main entrance, and Shinobu revealed that it would also be Alice's home, so she shouldn't hesitate to go inside. However, she still hesitated. Shinobu told them both to proceed straight to the northern guard post. He explained that Alice was still at level 1, so it was difficult to predict what could trigger her level to rise. They wondered if it was due to the level cap, and Shinobu confirmed this was correct, adding that it was ideal for Alice to level up to the cap there. Alice was completely confused about the meaning of all this and whether she was supposed to reach the cap. She addressed Shinobu as master, saying she couldn't summon the 4 great spirits and might have even used gravity nullification earlier just to fly. She felt like a total failure and wondered why Shinobu would choose someone like her. Shinobu placed his hand on her shoulder and said that although she didn't know many things, she was not useless. He patted her head to calm her down, assuring her that everything was fine and that he would explain everything. He also told her that she was no longer a slave, but his apprentice, so she didn't have to call him master anymore and could call him by his name instead. Feeling flustered, she called him by his name for the first time. He patted her head again, saying that it was acceptable. He remarked that it had been a while since he had been home, but there was no time for nostalgia. Gabriel agreed and suggested they get inside. As they moved forward, Shinobu reminded Alice that just because she couldn't summon the 4 great spirits didn't mean she was useless. Alice then mentioned her grades in the Magic Academy classroom. Gabriel told her that her grades were so good it was easier to count them from the top. Then, she asked if Alice could explain the concept of levels. Alice explained that by taking the life force of their opponents and converting it into experience points, they could increase the rank of their souls. Gabriel agreed and asked about how stats increased. Without hesitation, Alice explained that as one's level grew, physical abilities developed as well, but the extent of that growth depended on a booster called a modifier. Gabriel then asked how the size of the booster was determined. Alice hesitated upon hearing the question and replied that it was determined through contracts with spirits. Without their blessing, the booster would be 0 regardless of effort, which was the current state of someone like her. Gabriel said that Alice was getting close to what she wanted to say. Alice wondered what that was, and explained that the modifiers from spirit contracts determined stat growth, which was why the school taught them how to form contracts, especially with the 4 great spirits from the 3rd rank. Shinobu agreed and asked if she knew why those 4 were chosen. She replied that they had been taught in class to start with those 4 spirits. Shinobu then explained that for most humans in that world, summoning the basic 4 great spirits was their limit, which was why everyone began there. Seeing her reaction, he asked if she wanted a hint. Then he asked who was standing in front of her. When she answered it was Shinobu, he asked who he was. She hesitated before saying he was someone incredibly powerful who had saved her, capable of unbelievable 5th rank magic, and a summoner who commanded Gabriel. Shinobu agreed that he was indeed a summoner. Gabriel added that Shinobu was the most powerful summoner, commanding countless high-ranking spirits, including herself, who was 6th rank. Shinobu became flustered and said that was an exaggeration, and that he was merely one of the capped players. Alice had heard of the 6th rank and began to wonder who Shinobu really was. Shinobu told her that if she wanted to become the strongest, contracting with the higher-ranked spirits he had summoned was the best option. Since Alice hadn't contracted with any spirit gate yet, she could still do so. He opened the gate she had to enter. He told her that when he was at level 1, his first contract had been with the 5th rank Bahamut. Alice asked if Shinobu had wanted to become stronger to defeat someone, which was why he took her hand. He said she had the potential to shatter the world's norms and that there was no reason for her to hesitate. She also had the possibility of reaching that realm. Shinobu explained that the spirits considered gods in that world were of the 3rd rank, and that contracting with the real gods meant dealing with the 5th rank. Although she hesitated, Alice did not think of being afraid. Instead, she thought of getting back at those who had mobbed her homeland and defeating the one who had destroyed her village. She needed to become stronger for all of that. When she touched Shinobu's hand, she could feel every other god, confirming that the 5th rank gods had truly been summoned there. She asked if that was really okay for someone like her. Shinobu simply smiled at Gabriel without saying anything. Alice looked at all the spirits and asked them to form a contract with her. They all swore to form a contract with her in the name of Alice. She felt something strange, and afterward checked her profile to see the changes. Alice still couldn't believe that she had formed a contract with the spirits. Gabriel came by and explained that not just anyone could form such a contract. Alice was surprised and asked if it was really true. Shinobu confirmed that Alice had formed a contract at the same level he had when he first started the game. Gabriel added that this meant Alice had potential comparable to Shinobu's. Alice was truly shocked to hear this. Shinobu approached her and said she would understand it one day, but for now, she needed to focus on what was in front of her. The task wasn't over yet. He gave her a scarf and put a necklace around her neck, telling her he was going to get a little closer to her now. He turned her to face him, brought her very close, and grabbed her hands. Feeling strange, Alice asked what he was doing. He instructed her to hold the scarf with both hands and point it forward. As she did so, he told her to relax her body and not move. Alice felt flustered by all of this. Shinobu then asked her to look at the sky. They spotted a sky dragon, which shocked her. She recalled reading about it in the Monster Encyclopedia, a calamity cited only once every 10 years that required combined efforts from the Imperial Court, Mage Corps, and Knight Order to repel. She wondered why it was there. Shinobu told her that she had used basic life magic before. Alice agreed, saying it was something as simple as that, and reassured her she would be fine. Shinobu explained that Alice's status wasn't sufficient yet, so this would be her first time using real magic. However, she didn't need to worry since he would handle all the mana control. She only had to accept it. She was shocked to hear him talk about mana control. He revealed that he was going to channel his mana through Alice's hands into the staff. Still completely confused, she asked what he intended to do. He replied that she would understand once everything was over. Then he began channeling mana into the staff just as the dragon approached to attack them. Alice was very scared, but Shinobu calmed her by explaining that the one who was neither sinner nor saint simply manifested the crimson flames of the divine. Alice felt intense heat in her hands. Shinobu unleashed a 5th rank spell, the Fire God, to attack the dragon, but it dodged the attack. Shinobu told Alice not to worry, assuring her that even if the dragon dodged, the magic would continue to pursue it wherever it went. The fire blast divided itself into many parts to strike the dragon, which shocked Alice. She pulled her hand away from Shinobu's and apologized for it. Shinobu reassured her that she didn't need to worry. He then told her that to form the new contract, she needed to reach level 20. As the meat of the fallen dragon lay before them, Shinobu instructed her to use the 1st rank spell, Petty Fire, on the debris. She wondered about the skill and mentioned that usually one needed to be at least level 5 to cast such a spell, but her current level was only 1. Shinobu agreed but asked her to trust him and give it a try. Understanding this, she held the staff forward and cast Petit Fire, creating a small flame that struck the debris. Shinobu said it worked. She then checked her level and found she was now at level 5. She recalled seeing the level 5 stats at the school before, but compared to those, her stats were twice as high, likely the bonus from the spirit contract, which was incredible. However, since it had been Shinobu's magic that defeated the dragon, she wondered why she had leveled up. Shinobu explained about the necklace she was wearing. In that world, experience was gained through battles with creatures, but if one wore the friendship necklace, the experience points were shared equally among all party members. She said it was amazing and asked if, by simply staying by his side, she could really reach the level cap. Shinobu replied that it wouldn't be that easy, and the maximum level she could reach for now was level 5. She felt disappointed hearing that. He continued, explaining that to cast magic, she needed a magic book to imprint the formulas into her mind. It seemed she didn't need one for simple spells like Petit Fire, but he strictly clarified that it wasn't just any book, it was a scroll. She wondered where that might be and guessed it was probably at the school. Shinobu mentioned that she could learn quickly and that starting the next day she would return to school to study magic again. He said she would train with him in the mornings and after school. Although daily studies, leveling up, and training might be tough for her, he promised to guide her so she could stay relaxed. She looked disappointed upon hearing that she had to go back to school. Shinobu once again reassured her not to look so worried, saying that now she could prove herself to everyone at the school. He asked if she could trust him just a little, and she agreed that she did. The next day, she finally went to school. Someone approached her and asked if she was Alice Cecil, noticing that she seemed scared. It was revealed that the name of the other girl was Beatrice Heisen. She asked about Alice's condition and stepped closer to her, remarking that it was quite strange. Beatrice wondered why Alice was at the academy, describing her as a useless failure who couldn't form a contract with any of the 4 great spirits. Then, she recalled that Alice had been punished and ordered to return to her hometown. Beatrice acted unsettled, questioning whether Alice's hometown had been destroyed. She turned to leave, mentioning that Alice's hometown was an uncivilized village inhabited by natives deep within the Great Skathak Forest. There had been a large fire there, causing quite a stir, so Beatrice wondered if Alice had crawled back there after her home was reduced to ashes. She claimed to know what had happened to Alice and mentioned that Alice had been sold at the slave market earlier. Alice seemed visibly angered by these words. Beatrice tried to mock her, wondering if she had struck a nerve. Although she had her doubts, the lack of denial from Alice suggested the truth of her statements, which Beatrice found remarkable. She speculated that these events might explain why Alice had ended up there, continuing to mock her with a sarcastic laugh. The other students gathered around, wondering if a fight was about to break out or what was happening. Then the teacher arrived and asked what they were all doing, whether they were there to take the class placement exam, and if they had completed their registration and chosen their peers. Beatrice replied that they had not chosen their peers yet, but told the teacher that she wanted to take the exam alongside her friend Alice. The teacher refused, saying it was not his decision to make. However, Beatrice offered him some gold coins and requested his approval. The teacher agreed, and Beatrice thanked him before telling Alice that she would be counting on her. Alice and Beatrice stood together, each holding their staffs. Beatrice asked Alice how she was feeling, to which Alice responded that Beatrice's earlier words had reminded her of something unpleasant, which was why she was not feeling well. Beatrice said that she was not asking whether Alice remembered that uncivilized people from her hometown were being killed, but was instead asking something more relevant. She explained that the test was about how many consecutive petty fires they could cast, yet Alice could not even manage a single spell and only performed utility magic, making a fool of herself in the process. Beatrice then suggested that Alice should just leave the academy in disgrace once again and asked how she felt about that. Alice did not respond but requested to start the test. Beatrice remarked that if Alice intended to make a fool of herself, she should do it quickly, adding that she could be generous about it. Although Beatrice had not mentioned it before, she admitted it was always unpleasant to sit at the same desk as someone like Alice. If Alice was so eager to fail, then she was welcome to do so. Alice remained silent, and Beatrice then told the teacher that if the task was to hit the target with consecutive attacks, she had thought that with her magic, Alice would be able to easily unleash 7 consecutive petty fires. However, before Alice could attempt that, she merely chanted the petty fire once, which shocked both the teacher and Beatrice. Beatrice continued mocking Alice, wondering if she was using some kind of trick, perhaps planting explosives in the target and then using utility magic to detonate them. She questioned whether Alice was in such a rush simply to hide that trick. Beatrice then mentioned that she had been sold at a slave market, where even purity was for sale. Excitedly, she said that rumors were true, and that slaves supposedly lost their purity at the pig sites, asking if Alice's first night at such a place had been her own. Alice revealed that she was still pure when a customer tried to buy her for lewd purposes, but she had resisted by kicking and hitting him to escape, which was why no one had ever purchased her for such intentions. Beatrice laughed and said that Alice was not only a useless failure, but also worthless as a slave. She added that it was truly pathetic that Alice was trying to pass the test by relying on tricks. Then Beatrice decided to demonstrate real magic, casting Petit Fire 3 consecutive times, telling Alice that was the real deal. Alice responded by casting Petit Fire 4 times in a row, which angered Beatrice. Alice then managed to use Petit Fire 6 times consecutively, reaching her limit. Alice said that at that time, resisting had been the right choice, and that her actions and nature had been praised by a man who had even saved her. Beatrice wondered what Alice was mumbling about, but said it was fine for her to say whatever she wanted. However, she warned that if a failure like Alice dared to show disrespect to a noble like herself, she would have her father ruin Alice's life completely. Alice simply told her to be quiet. Beatrice was shocked by Alice's tone. In response, Alice displayed an intimidating aura that frightened Beatrice and told her to be quiet because she was being unpleasant. Then Alice used a powerful petrified spell that destroyed all the targets and even caused Beatrice to fall, demonstrating the extent of her power. Alice explained that her people valued harmony with nature and despised the excessive destruction caused by fire and iron. They were exceptional, producing many skilled magicians, and were neither convinced by nor accepting of failures. She added that her savior was also her teacher, who had told her she was not a failure, which was why she could not afford to be one. Alice then asked the teacher if she could continue, and the teacher agreed, announcing that Alice had advanced to the honored class of Altina Magic Academy. At night, the scene shifted to the Marquis, Beatrice's father. A man was kneeling before the Marquis, apologizing and begging for forgiveness, but the Marquis poured his drink over the man's head, telling him that he had underestimated the power granted to him by the Reincarnator, and that it seemed he still did not understand the consequences of defying his orders. As the Marquis walked away, the man continued pleading for mercy, but the Marquis ordered another person to take him away. While standing there, Beatrice arrived, crying and hugging her father. The Marquis asked what had happened at school to cause her beautiful face to be ruined by tears. Beatrice spoke of Alice, a low-born commoner, who during the test had managed to achieve a 7-strike combo of Petit Fire. The Marquis acknowledged this accomplishment. However, Beatrice claimed that while she had accomplished that with her own skill, Alice had secretly carried a powerful magical tool, using its power to unleash a dozen strikes, which Beatrice said was disgraceful. She begged her father to do something, as Alice's actions had disgraced her. The Marquis embraced Beatrice, saying that such behavior could not be tolerated and that Alice must be punished. He thought that despite being his daughter, Beatrice was telling such blatant lies to cover her own shame. He considered her a foolish daughter, yet despite her foolishness, she was his precious child. And as frustrating as it was, there was nothing to be done. He also acknowledged that Alice must be having a difficult time as well. He then reassured Beatrice not to worry, stating that a commoner or two was nothing worth dealing with. He continued that commoners who defied nobles must be crushed completely, which made Beatrice happy to hear. Suddenly, Marcus sensed something strange, and Beatrice asked what was wrong with him. They then noticed Vlad sitting behind them, looking frightened. Marcus asked when Vlad had arrived and remarked that Vlad's awakening cycle was supposed to be later. Vlad replied that there was no need for formalities and explained that he had simply sensed a disturbance in the country, which caused him to wake up early. Beatrice wondered if Vlad was the person she had been suspecting, and Marcus confirmed this, explaining that about 100 years ago, their impoverished noble ancestors had received a supreme being from the Divine One. the progenitor vampire named Blood. This being was their benefactor who, through a contract, removed all obstacles and allowed the Heisen family to rise to prominence. His existence was never revealed to outsiders and remained an absolute secret of their house. Blushing, Beatrice formally introduced herself to Vlad. Vlad said that although this was their first meeting, he already knew everything about her, not only her appearance but even her shadow. He explained that he had hidden all his doppelgangers within her, which allowed him to sense the disturbance. He added that even he could not measure Alice's strength, describing her as a truly monstrous being. Earlier, Beatrice had wished for Alice to be crushed, and as Vlad awakened, he promised to carry out Beatrice's will regarding Alice. Beatrice was surprised and said it would be far too much for someone like Vlad to be sent to deal with a commoner like Alice. Vlad responded that there was no boring task for him, especially since Beatrice was the representative of her family. Beatrice was truly terrified by Vlad's imposing aura. Vlad continued, explaining that he had grown tired of all the intolerable work he had been assigned by the Divine One for generations. Tasks such as assassinating political enemies, slaughtering their families, and annihilating all deemed threats. The Marquis bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude to Vlad for his assistance. Vlad then approached the Marquis with a terrible aura, saying that all that power had been used merely to clean up trash and that no one could understand his frustration. He longed for a battle that would make his blood boil. Leaving the room, Vlad spoke of a battlefield where strong warriors faced each other, one worthy of a progenitor vampire like himself, and wondered what an exciting feast it would be. In an instant, Vlad disappeared, and the Marquis remarked that the vampire granted to their family by the reincarnator possessed strength that even the Imperial Knights could not rival. He told Beatrice that one day she would have to command blood. Beatrice was truly frightened by this. The Marquis reassured her not to worry, admitting that he had been frightened at first as well, but fortunately, blood was on their side. Beatrice denied this by pointing ahead, where they saw the Godslayer standing before them. The Godslayer greeted them and told the Marquis not to be so afraid, assuring him that he had done well. He then asked for any information on the whereabouts of the reincarnator, promising to eliminate all his enemies upon his return. The Marquis replied that he still had no information about the reincarnator. The Godslayer then mentioned that Blood had earlier spoken about a person named Alice, describing her as an extraordinary being who had taken the bait he had laid. He said that Beatrice was the one who had reeled Alice in, and they were fortunate enough that they might receive a reward without having to do anything further. Marcus didn't understand, and asked what the Godslayer meant. The Godslayer responded by asking if he truly didn't understand, but then said it didn't matter whether he did or not. What was important was that the prey they had been seeking for so long had finally appeared. The Godslayer asked them if they even knew why he was called the Godslayer. Marquis then began to explain, but the Godslayer interrupted, saying there was a legend about a celestial being, the tale of the slain 10th Shah, and of the legendary 3 who had lived for over 100 years, known as the 3 Supreme Sages. It was a simple story. These were the strongest warriors in the world, tasked with confronting the reckless reincarnators. Even if their opponents were level 99 and had maxed out their levels, Alice had become the perfect bait, as he had wished before, and he was very much looking forward to meeting her soon. The scene then shifted to Izana, in the great hall of Shinobu's house, where he enjoyed a delicious meal. He learned from Alice that the forest where her tribe lived was full of spices, which was why many local dishes used them, and she had made the most famous one of all. She asked if the dish suited Shinobu's taste, to which he agreed, saying it reminded him of curry from his own world and evoked a nostalgic flavor. It was a dish loved by many, and he liked it as well, but among all the curries, hers was truly special. She was very glad to receive such praise from him. Shinobu then turned to Gabriel and asked about Alice's training progress. Gabriel, who was also eating, told him to leave things to her, explaining that Alice was a bundle of talent and her training was proceeding smoothly. Being a native of that world, Alice could strengthen her stats through pure physical training and martial arts, which were separate from leveling up. Gabriel said she would have Alice train daily until she was ready to challenge the special dungeon called 13 Steps to the Ideal City. Alice was shocked when she heard all this during the test time. Gabriel then explained that they started with running 15 kilometers while carrying weights, but Shinobu remarked that seemed quite extensive and a tough warm-up. Gabriel continued, saying they also did push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, with weights heavy enough that they could barely manage 10 repetitions. Shinobu mentioned that it was ideal to do fewer repetitions with heavier loads and asked if they did 3 sets of these exercises. Gabriel denied this, revealing that they actually did 300 sets, which shocked Shinobu, as that was beyond the usual human limit. Gabriel replied that it was fine, and with recovery magic, there would be no issues. By breaking down the muscles and using magic to promote rapid recovery, they could train without worrying about fatigue. Shinobu remarked that it was a very unusual way to use magic. Gabriel then added that even for the human body, 200 sets was the limit. Shinobu found it hard to believe and wondered if Alice was okay with that. Alice said it was totally fine, though there was something special about the training. Shinobu asked if that special training was practical. Gabriel revealed that it involved repeatedly slamming Alice onto the ground. Even though Alice was scared, Gabriel didn't stop and continued to slam her down. Shinobu was surprised and wondered if they wouldn't be doing that for 200 sets. Gabriel denied this and said they actually did 600 sets. Shocked, Shinobu expressed concern about Alice's body, but Alice assured him she was completely fine and wanted to become stronger so she could overcome anything, no matter how tough it might be. Shinobu understood and told her not to overdo it. He then commented that Gabriel was such a physically tough person and joked that the pagan deities should be knocked down with physical force. Gabriel just glared at both of them, which made them both freak out. Shinobu then asked Alice whether the school had the second and third scrolls. She agreed, explaining that the second step was available to anyone who could meet the conditions, but no one had managed to do so in the last 30 years. When Shinobu asked about the third scroll, she said it was classified as a national secret, so no information was available. Shinobu wondered what they should do next. Alice then turned to Gabriel, saying she was curious about something. Gabriel asked her to be frank and just tell them what it was. Alice mentioned the maids standing behind Gabriel and asked if they were not going to eat anything. Gabriel explained that those were summoned beasts, and that including herself, they generally did not need food, as they already received the minimum necessary magic supply from Shinobu. Alice pointed out that Gabriel was eating, to which Gabriel clarified that hunger and magic supply were separate matters. Even summoned beasts experienced hunger, and there were certain drawbacks to that. The ones present were probably just eating whatever they felt like. Shinobu also understood this and added that the gatekeeper of Izana, the swordsman standing at the entrance, who was the black dog Alice referred to, preferred solitude and was not good at socializing. He had been assigned as the gatekeeper at his own request and had probably stood there ever since he arrived. Shinobu said he was perfect for the job due to his excellent search abilities. Alice asked about these abilities, and Shinobu explained that it was his ability to find things. The black dog possessed the eye of the magic seeker, which could sense the movement of animals within a 50-kilometer radius. Alice remarked that it was truly amazing, and that the guard was indeed fulfilling an important role. However, if Gabriel's explanation was true, they wondered whether the black dog should be hungry as well. Shinobu also pondered this, and asked his comrades if they had ever brought food to the black dog, or seen him come to eat. Neither of them knew. Then Alice asked if she could take some leftover food and bring it to him as a bento. Shinobu said that would be fine, but suggested that since she might be tired from training, it might be better if one of the other comrades did it. Alice replied that she was the newest and lowest ranked among them, and could not just leave someone who might be hungry all alone. She then left to do so, and Shinobu appreciated her effort. Shortly after, Tsukuyomi, the sixth step, arrived and mentioned that it was a lovely morning. Shinobu greeted her with a good morning, and she returned the greeting in response. Without any further delay, she took Shinobu's hand and placed it on her lap. Shinobu complimented her, saying it was because she smelled so nice. She ate the meal, mentioning that it was really delicious. Shinobu explained that the curry had been made by Alice, and then asked her to stop groping his thigh. She replied that if it were up to her, as a morning greeting, she would want to touch even more intimately, but unfortunately, the R15 rating limited her actions. She had already heard about those restrictions from Gabriel. However, if Shinobu wanted her to remove those limits, she said she could do so. Shinobu told her to stop teasing him, and said more importantly, he wanted to give a talisman from Matsuo to Alice. He explained that the talisman was founded over 1,000 years ago and was also known as the Shrine of Tsukuyomi and Matsuo Taisha in Kyoto, where Tsukuyomi was enshrined. Giving her that talisman meant he wished to watch over her from the shadows. Shinobu was glad that Tsukuyomi had understood quickly and acknowledged that there were many troubling things happening, like the reincarnators and the god slayers. Tsukuyomi agreed with this, and then asked whether Shinobu's words were an order or a request. Shinobu clarified that it was a request, and that Tsukuyomi could refuse if she wanted. Tsukuyomi put a finger to his lips and remarked that he was a very different person. Despite being surrounded by many beautiful women, he had not acted on any of them, nor allowed them to act on him. However, if he wished, he could do many things within the R15 limits. Shinobu mentioned that he had already told Gabriel that he had no intention of forcing anyone to obey him or to manipulate parameters such as affection or loyalty. Sakthi did not understand and asked what he meant by that. He explained that it was the reason why she kept coming at him physically like that. He said that loyalty and affection were acceptable in lewd matters because of the game's lazy settings. She responded that she did not dislike him, but that she kissed him so that, at the very least, her feelings for him would be separate from those parameters, that she genuinely liked him. After that kiss, she left, saying that she had been very sleepy in the morning and that such behavior was not really for her. Outside the castle, Alice approached the black dog, who asked her not to call him so casually since he was currently on duty. She said she thought he might be hungry, so she had brought something for him. However, he refused, explaining that they did not require nutrients through eating. Alice mentioned that she had heard he could still eat and feel hunger pain. He replied that he had patrol and gatekeeper duties and could not afford to let his guard down even for a moment, adding that being distracted by an unnecessary meal was out of the question. Although Alice was reluctant to take back the food, he became angry and told her not to make him repeat himself. Feeling bad, she apologized and left. Before leaving, he removed his headguard and told her that if she looked so worried while leaving, Shinobu would get concerned and ask her to just put the food down. As the saying goes, people cannot fight well on an empty stomach. Alice was happy to serve him the food and warned that the curry was hot, so he should be careful. He sat down to eat and wondered what kind of curry it was. She told him it was a local dish from Shinobu's hometown. Alice thought the black dog had a very handsome face, one that a woman might like, but she realized he probably could not feel that way because he had many responsibilities. She looked at his face, wondering what was wrong. He mentioned that the curry was really spicy, and she wondered if he did not like it. So, she offered him some pizza toast, and Shinobu taught her how to make it. As he looked at the pizza toast, he noticed it had bell peppers and asked her to remove them, revealing that he did not even like bell peppers. After removing them, she handed the pizza toast to him. While he was eating, she thought he looked a bit intimidating, but realized he was actually like a kid. Alice then remarked that, given how detailed the tasks were with his fingers, it must be difficult for him. She told him that if he ever needed help, he should feel free to call her since they were all living together as comrades. The black dog replied that he had never fought alongside her on the same battlefield, and for him, comrades meant fellow warriors. He added that she was still far from reaching that level. Alice wondered if she had been trying to get too familiar with him. He said that exchanging greetings was fine between them. Alice was happy to hear this. After that, the black dog complimented the curry, saying it was even better. She smiled with a blush and said she would bring him a sweeter curry next time. He then mentioned that it was time for her to go to school and that she should leave now. She agreed, feeling disappointed, and said she should be going but was looking forward to next time. At school, Alice went to sit at her place while looking at the talisman she had received from Matsuo Taisha. She reminded herself to be careful not to lose it. Suddenly, Beatrice entered the room and asked if Alice was there. Other students whispered among themselves that Beatrice was the most troublesome noble student in the academy and wondered why she had received a scholarship to the student classroom. They suspected she had obviously come to pick a fight with Alice. Some warned that if Alice thought she could defy a great noble simply because she could use a little magic, she would be out of luck before she even realized it. Beatrice greeted Alice, who responded by asking why she had come. Beatrice said she had come to invite her friend to walk home together. Alice felt something odd and wondered what would happen if she refused. Beatrice then acted differently, questioning how she could have heard that her dear friend might deny her invitation. She added that, if that were the case, she might have to exercise a bit of authority to ensure that Alice could no longer stay at the academy, perhaps by putting pressure on the academy board or using some other means. Alice appeared worried at this. Beatrice urged them to leave, saying it was a waste of time to stay there. Alice felt deep pain as they walked home together, but he understood that the path they were taking did not lead to either Beatrice's mansion or his own house. Beatrice agreed, explaining that taking a detour was natural when walking home with a classmate. Alice did not understand, and remarked that this was not the path Beatrice should be taking. She pointed out that if the Heisen family's political enemies wanted to kidnap Beatrice, this would be the perfect opportunity for them to do so. Beatrice responded that it was good to see Alice worried about her, but reassured her there was no need to be concerned since the alley was only filled with people hired by her family. Suddenly, many people surrounded them, and Alice realized it had all been staged. Beatrice told her that Alice was now surrounded by her people and would not be able to escape. She asked Alice what she planned to do next. Alice replied, looking at Beatrice's face, that she had no intention of letting her go unharmed, whether through leeching, kidnapping, or confinement. However, Alice made it clear that she would not sit quietly through it all. She threw down her bag, preparing to fight. Beatrice agreed, saying that Alice was good at cheating, but it was unfortunate that now Alice would not be able to do anything. She used her power to create a magic circle, wondering if Alice was surprised. It was the first time Alice had seen a third-tier teleportation trap, and it was clear that someone had set it up deliberately. Within less than an hour, those people were hunting Alice with all their might. Beatrice laughed cruelly at Alice's situation and said they should begin. Beatrice also mentioned that everything was done to ruin Alice's future, and that Alice should not think she would die so easily. Suddenly, Alice found herself in a dark church with Beatrice, and she realized what had happened. Normally, such a filthy, run-down church would be completely unbefitting for a noble like her, but it had been specially prepared for Alice. The one called upon to hunt was the guardian deity of the Heisen family and the progenitor vampire, the supreme being Lord Vlad. Vlad said that Alice was late and that he had grown tired of waiting. Alice wondered why he was sitting on a pile of corpses and felt very scared. Vlad explained that the corpses were assassins sent by the political enemies who had caught wind of his awakening. Those who feared the Heisen family had sent them. Now, all the assassins were adventurers, 1 ranked A and 5 ranked B. Vlad found it a nuisance that they must have known they stood no chance against him. He considered it embarrassing for the Emperor's power that such opponents were sent against them. Vlad then wondered what Beatrice wanted with Alice and asked whether he should tear Alice into pieces. Beatrice instructed Vlad to incapacitate Alice temporarily until she could finalize a plan to take Alice back to Beatrice's family mansion, where orcs awaited eagerly to imprison her. Vlad remarked that the plan was rather tasteless, but he agreed to get the tedious task over with. Using his power, he easily captured Alice. He had expected her to be strong, but it turned out to be the opposite. Despite being just a little girl, he considered that she might act as bait to lure a stronger opponent. Suddenly, the talisman around Alice's neck activated, freeing her from Vlad's capture, and Tsukuyomi appeared. Vlad acknowledged Tsukuyomi's overwhelming power and noted that she was now revealing herself. He even called her a monster. Tsukuyomi responded that calling her a monster was very rude, especially considering she was the goddess of beauty. She looked at Alice and noticed there was no sign of resistance. While she thought Alice might have at least put up a fight, she considered it troublesome if Alice were to get hurt attempting something reckless. Thus, it was wise of Alice to call Tsukuyomi without resisting. Vlad mocked the situation, commenting on the aura and confidence present, and called Alice a good weak bait to lure the big fish. He then introduced himself as the progenitor and strongest vampire. He added that his name was the one destined to defeat Tsukuyomi and asked for her name. She replied that he could not even introduce himself properly. As a reward for his politeness, she declared that she was one of the 3 great nobles of the land of the rising sun and the ruler of eternal darkness. She introduced herself as the moon god Tsukuyomi, the one who would bring him death, and told him to remember her name well. Beatrice began laughing, saying that Tsukuyomi was the one who was going to die. She proclaimed that the supreme being, the real vampire Lord Blood, was present, a being epitomizing strength second to none, and the symbol of absolute invincibility. Suddenly, Tsukuyomi struck Beatrice's face with magic, causing Beatrice to spit out blood. Tsukuyomi remarked that Beatrice was truly annoying and told her to shut up. Beatrice started crying, saying it hurt her badly. Tsukuyomi did not stop and punched her again with magic, ordering her to keep quiet. Beatrice became very angry and declared that she would definitely kill Tsukuyomi, even threatening to cut off her limbs so that she would not be able to move. She was speaking loudly and aggressively, but Tsukuyomi mocked her, though Beatrice did not seem to understand the sarcasm. Growing impatient, Tsukuyomi kicked her and mentioned that there was something bothering her. Earlier, Vlad had been very confident, calling himself a progenitor vampire, so Tsukuyomi felt the need to introduce herself as well, pointing out that Vlad was not actually a progenitor. Both Beatrice and Vlad were confused to hear this. As Beatrice was about to respond, Tsukuyomi covered her mouth with a cloth to silence her. Then, turning to Vlad, Tsukuyomi explained that vampires could turn those whose blood they drank into subordinates, but Vlad was unable to create any. Vlad shouted in disbelief, asking what she was talking about, and insisting that once he bit someone and drank their blood, they would all become zombies. Tsukuyomi clarified that a progenitor was the very first vampire, so the humans they turned should also become vampires. Otherwise, there would be no way to increase their kind. She wondered what use zombies could possibly be, and found it pathetic that Vlad had not realized this until now. She also recalled another person who had claimed to be a progenitor. Somehow, Beatrice managed to free herself to speak, but just then, a magical chain appeared, conjured by Tsukuyomi, capturing her mouth again. Tsukuyomi wondered what the name of the vampire who had created the zombies was, then remembered that it was the lesser vampire. Beatrice felt suffocated, unable even to breathe, and it seemed as if she were dying. Tsukuyomi told Vlad that the vampire zombie threat was the work of an alchemist of darkness who sought to surpass the progenitor and had devoted their entire life to creating an artificial vampire. However, the alchemist failed, and the failure was so shocking that the alchemist went insane and implanted false memories into the failure to convince them they were the true progenitor, even granting them the title. Instead of creating subordinates, the failure had only produced a horde of zombies, which was the core of the quest. Vlad was described as an inferior, failed vampire species, akin to a lesser vampire. Vlad began laughing, saying that everything made sense now. He felt his master had abandoned him, along with the tribal errands, battles, tasks, and arrow sights. As a vampire, he was free from aging and death, but cursed to endure the tedium of his days. Yet, he seemed to be nothing more than a trivial being. Despite his conviction in his own supremacy, his existence was that of an inferior creature. Vlad found the situation amusing, and said he must thank her for revealing the truth. He even addressed her as Beloved Reaper. Although the truth might not be welcome, his pride as the noble king of knights remained unshaken. He continued by saying that his longing for a glorious death still burned within him, and that Tsukuyomi was the god who would grant him the death he had yearned for. While calling her the Beloved Reaper, she asked him to drop the title because it felt creepy. He admitted that it was harsh to hear, but said that devotion to a god was always one-sided. She then used the aerial swimming technique of third-tier magic, and he declared that this would be his final battle. Even if he could not defeat her, he vowed to leave his mark in the form of a wound upon her flesh. He attacked using the Dark Soul technique. Tsukuyomi stood still without reacting, and then a blast erupted. From the smoke, she moved her hand to clear the fog, and remarked that if his magic had been of the 4th tier, he might have been able to dirty her clothes at best. She suggested that if he really underestimated her by using only 3rd-tier magic, it was quite impressive that she possessed such absolute power and was the most fitting opponent for his final battle. He responded that the blood-boiling, flesh-thrilling struggle would satisfy him, granting him power overwhelming enough to rival a god and free him from his trivial existence. Tsukuyomi said it seemed he had misunderstood something, wondering what it was and if she really was not going to kill him. She explained that a god granted not death, but punishment for daring to lay a hand on a subordinate of Izana and opposing Shinobu, and that his crime deserved punishment. She then used 5th-tier magic, the Purid Torrent of Death, to summon a coffin from which many hands emerged to seize him. Tsukuyomi explained that it was the underworld coffin connected to the afterlife. Normally, the spell endlessly summoned creatures of darkness, but now, instead of summoning, blood was being drawn into it. Blood was truly shocked by the situation, and Tsukuyomi explained that normally the spell would summon 3rd-tier creatures, but this coffin was specially designed to summon only 1st-tier trash. She added that even someone as strong as Blood could be overwhelmed down there, and since the process was infinite, he might eventually die with no way to return. Terrified, Blood begged her to kill him with her own hands, saying it would be far worse for him to be trapped there. He pleaded to be torn apart by the low-tier trash instead, as his pride as the king of the night could not bear the thought of such a fate. Tsukuyomi replied that she would not grant his wish because he was creepy, and she could not bring herself to show kindness to someone she found unpleasant. Eventually, blood was taken inside the coffin, which then closed. Beatrice was shocked to see Vlad taken away in the coffin, which left her deeply stunned. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi apologized to Alice for keeping her waiting and said it was time to get back. She found Alice sitting nearby, completely lost in thought. Tsukuyomi approached Alice, wondering what had happened and telling herself that Alice needed to pull herself together. She soon discovered that the figure before her was actually a puppet. Upon touching its body, Tsukuyomi realized that at the moment of teleportation, Alice had been switched with the puppet, and the charm containing Alice's core had been left attached to the puppet. Their goal was likely to separate Tsukuyomi from Alice. This meant that their enemies had sensed Tsukuyomi's presence and possessed the skill to create such a sophisticated puppet that she had not been able to see through it immediately. Tsukuyomi felt terrible about this and suspected the magic involved was of the 5th or 6th tier. Meanwhile, Alice woke up on a cliff where she could see the sea before her. She remembered being forcibly teleported by a magic circle. Suddenly, she heard a man begging the God-Slayer for mercy. Shocked to see the God-Slayer, Alice recalled the burning of her hometown in the past and wondered what he was doing there. Marcus was begging for his life, but the God-Slayer declared that the trash had outlived its usefulness and then burned Marcus. As Marcus tried to approach Alice through the fire, he jumped into the sea to extinguish the flames. The God-Slayer mentioned that the time had finally come for Alice. He placed great importance on the concept of a parting gift for the afterlife and said that if there was anything she wished to know before she died, he would tell her. Alice wondered why he had appeared before her again. He responded that her question was not what he had expected. Then he explained that he had gathered all the information connected to the reincarnators. Alice was curious about the reincarnators. The God-Slayer told her the story that about 100 years ago, reincarnators had appeared in their world. These reincarnators began by hunting down the world's guardians, who were the higher-tier summoned beasts. By doing so, they disrupted the status boosts that normally applied to leveling up and monopolized the hunting grounds for the high-tier monsters. Alice remarked that to prevent the locals from leveling up, the reincarnators had weakened the entire population. He agreed and added that, except for special cases like themselves, humans of that world, the locals had become weak and toothless creatures. She asked what was special about them. He explained that the Supreme Three Sages, remnants from around 100 years ago, were now known as the God-Slayers. She wondered if that was true, as it was said that the trio was all above level 80 and possessed powers capable of splitting the earth and cleaving the sea. She asked if it really was them. Alice mentioned that the other two God-Slayers had appeared as well, but they did not seem like people who had lived for 100 years. The second God-Slayer explained that they were ageless, and in the past, such agelessness was very common, with even a decent number of humans over level 50. The third God-Slayer stated that humanity had once been stronger than it was now, but they had all been killed by the reincarnators. Alice asked if the three were planning to take revenge. The first God-Slayer replied that it was not revenge, but their duty. The second added that the reincarnators had suddenly ravaged their world. The third said that humans with the power to resist them had to act as the shield of the world. The first God-Slayer admitted that, to be honest, he found the reincarnators insufferable as well. Alice commented that, although it was a lofty title, what they were doing was creating experience point meatbags, like those they had shown her. The second God-Slayer explained that if she instilled enough hatred in someone, they would surely try to become stronger for revenge, just as she was doing at the moment. The third God-Slayer added that when those people reached their physical peak, they would come to the three of them to fulfill their role as experience point meatbags. The first one added that they had continued the process of finding promising individuals and earning their hatred. Although it took time, eventually all of them had reached levels exceeding 90, and they should thank those meatbags for that. He said he would even take that despicable word as a compliment. Alice then asked them one last thing: why they were trying to kill her. She wondered if it was because they were after experience point meatbags, but her current level should not have been enough. The first God-Slayer mentioned that Alice was already done. The second God-Slayer could have waited until she became a meatbag, but she had another role. as bait to lure out a stray reincarnator. The third one explained that all reincarnators were bound to belong to an organization called the Guild, which was different from the Adventurer Guild. The first God Slayer said that sometimes one of the reincarnators would break away from the Guild, and when that happened, their first move was to recruit a local as their ally. Alice wondered if such a person could be someone like her. The second God Slayer agreed, explaining that they looked for locals who could not form contracts with the four great spirits and helped them level up. He added that she had been leveled up by one of these. The first God Slayer mentioned that he had already given her enough of a parting gift and demanded that she hand over any information she had on the stray reincarnator she had lured out. He warned that even if she called for help, it would be useless because the high-tier summoned beast she had was merely a decoy. The second God Slayer added that she could neither use magical communication nor detection spells on the cliff, since he had set up a barrier to block them, leaving her with no means of escape. She declared that even if they tortured her, she would not reveal anything. The first God Slayer said that would be a waste of time, as he would simply crack open her skull and read the contents of her brain with magic. She thought about the critical situation and considered any possible attack that might be useful, but she felt that everything would be pointless. Still, she was determined not to let Shinobu's information fall into their hands. She knew that to achieve her goal, they must not be able to see into her mind. With that in mind, she decided to jump into the sea. The God Slayer wondered if her resistance was futile and said it would be a waste of time. As Alice ran, she thought that if she was going to die anyway, at least they would not get the information, and she would not drag Shinobu or anyone else into danger. She felt truly grateful to have met Shinobu and deeply wanted to learn more from him, but she saw no other choice but to face death. At first, she noticed the God Slayer laughing as she fell. She wondered if dying meant nothing and if death itself was pointless. She felt very sorry for Shinobu. After some time, when she opened her eyes, she found herself in Shinobu's hands. He expressed how glad he was to have arrived in time and asked if she was hurt. Earlier, after everyone learned about Alice, the black dog stabbed his sword into the ground and announced that he was activating the 1,000-mile demon technique. He scanned within a 50-kilometer radius and successfully located Alice. He reported that a reaction from Alice had been detected near the coast, and she was currently fleeing from something. However, no enemy reaction had been confirmed yet. He said he would conduct a more detailed scan as they approached. Shinobu said they would head there as well and asked Gabriel to lead the way. She agreed and used third-tier flight magic, and the three of them flew toward the location. Shinobu thought that the reason the enemy could not be identified was probably due to interference caused by high-level magic. When he saw Alice falling from the cliff, he quickly accelerated to catch her. Alice was crying and feeling sorry for Shinobu. She began crying upon seeing him and apologized, saying she would keep needing to be rescued. He reassured her that it was fine and said he had thought that having Sachi by her side would ensure her safety, but it seemed the enemy had outplayed them. He expressed his sorrow for making her feel scared. She denied this and said she instead felt like a burden. Shinobu told her that feeling that way was not bad and that she should use it as fuel to become stronger. As she agreed, Shinobu asked her to thank the black dog, since it was thanks to his help that they had been able to find her. She wondered how they had managed to locate her from so far away. Black Dog told Alice that all the familiars of Izana were connected for the purpose of the search, so if a target reacted, he could instantly detect their coordinates unless there was interference. Shinobu explained that familiars meant companions, and for a dog, the role of a guard was not exactly straightforward. Black Dog responded that he took offense at being treated merely like a dog. Alice replied that it was fine and admitted she was not someone deserving to be called a companion, but she still thanked Black Dog. Then she expressed her gratitude to Gabriel for worrying about her. Gabriel said it was a great relief that Alice had been saved, and no matter how powerful the enemy might be, she did not want to see Alice fall behind those heretics. She added that they should continue their training once they returned. Alice agreed, but Shinobu advised them not to be too harsh during training and said that now it was all about timing. At that moment, the three Godslayers were standing nearby. Shinobu used his magic, and the first Godslayer remarked that whenever something happened to their own, they immediately intervened, explaining that such creators were known as rogue reincarnators. Shinobu asked if they were the ones who had cornered the Alice. The first Godslayer confirmed this, saying he had done so because he wanted to meet Shinobu, who, having cast off his flesh, made excellent bait. The second God Slayer wondered whether Shinobu had even brought a swordsman, noting how convenient it was. He mentioned that his magic sword had not faced a worthy opponent in ages and was gathering dust, so he intended to fight the Black Swordsman, which he thought would be suitable. Shinobu then asked Black Dog to demonstrate his swordsmanship. Black Dog agreed and struck his sword into the ground to release power and attack the second God Slayer. However, the second God Slayer dodged, commenting that although Black Dog seemed powerful, he was not as strong as he appeared. He summoned his own power and challenged Black Dog to show what he was truly made of. When he tried to attack Black Dog, the attack had no effect on him. When Shinobu called out to Gabriel, she understood immediately and used the Seraph Blessing to heal Black Dog. Shinobu then asked her to keep healing him. Suddenly, the first God Slayer appeared behind Shinobu and struck him with a kidney blow, causing Shinobu to fall to the ground. The God Slayer remarked that it would not have helped if Shinobu hadn't noticed the attack. Shinobu realized that the level gap alone could not explain the situation, and concluded that the magic involved must have been 5th-tier teleportation. The God Slayer observed that Shinobu was either a reincarnator or even a rogue to have recognized the teleportation after seeing it only once. Shinobu replied that the God Slayer was of a very high level because teleportation was usually used for evasion. The God Slayer agreed, admitting he was not ordinary. He continued attacking Shinobu with teleportation and kidney blows. Gabriel grew worried about Shinobu. Then the third God Slayer appeared, commenting that he had always been stuck fighting weaker opponents, but now he had finally found a worthy adversary. The first God Slayer approached Shinobu, who was weakening, and said that he had hunted down 9 reincarnators so far, and Shinobu would be the 10th. He added that they should make the fight entertaining. Gabriel took a punch from the third God Slayer and stepped back slightly. The second God Slayer, sword ready, told Black Dog that if he did not fight back, he would never win, and challenged him to demonstrate his swordsmanship. Both of them exchanged sword strikes. Meanwhile, Shinobu felt uneasy and started coughing. The first God Slayer stood in front of him, and Alice was visibly frightened for both Shinobu and Gabriel. Shinobu then asked if the God Slayer could predict the coordinates to which he would teleport. The God Slayer replied that he had worked hard to counter reincarnators in every possible way, specializing in close combat and hand-to-hand fighting. He explained that by observing the movement of Shinobu's eye muscles, breathing, and body, he could anticipate where Shinobu would go next. Shinobu acknowledged that the God Slayer was a master martial artist, but believed that no matter how skillful he was, predicting a teleport destination solely from such movements was impossible. The God Slayer responded that he had previously studied Shinobu's movements, and that many reincarnators overestimated the power granted to them at reincarnation, relying too heavily on it. Shinobu decided to avoid moving his eyes in order to eliminate those subtle movements, hoping the God Slayer would no longer be able to predict his next move. Shinobu then teleported, but the God Slayer did the same to counter him, dismissing Shinobu's effort as useless before delivering a powerful kidney strike from behind. The God Slayer declared that minimal movements would not save Shinobu. Shinobu was a strong opponent but had many openings, which the God Slayer exploited. Shinobu told him to stop babbling in his ear and said that now he would take advantage of the God Slayer's openings as well. Using 5th-tier limited magic rampage, Shinobu captured the God Slayer. After the resulting explosion, Shinobu stepped back, wondering how badly the God Slayer was injured. The God Slayer was only slightly hurt, but admitted the pain was intense. Seeing Shinobu's condition, Gabriel used the 5th-tier seraphic knowledge to heal him. Suddenly, the third God Slayer appeared behind her, warning that she should not look away during a fight. He then struck her brutally against the ground. He wondered aloud why they were always underestimated by the weak. Shinobu grew worried about Gabriel and was shocked when the third God Slayer used Seraphic Blessing to heal the first God Slayer. The first God Slayer remarked on how generous the third one was, but the third God Slayer said it was fine to enjoy a small chat, though they should not let their guard down too much. Then, grabbing Gabriel by the face, he revealed that he had not mentioned before, but could also use recovery magic and was confident in his strength. He threw Gabriel across the ground, causing her to strike a tree at some distance. Shinobu appeared deeply concerned for Gabriel. The God Slayer said that the limited magic rampage might not be lethal, but was a risky spell. If his predictions were correct, Shinobu had almost nothing left, and Alice's healing magic had already been blocked. In other words, his death was drawing near. However, before that happened, it was time for his usual routine, a phrase he liked to call a souvenir for the afterlife. Shinobu was to be the 10th reincarnator killed by the God-Slayer's hand. He then asked what Shinobu would like as his final souvenir, the same thing the previous 9 had begged for when pleading for their lives, and if possible, he wanted to hear something different from Shinobu. Shinobu asked why the God-Slayer was so strong and what made him different from all the others. The God-Slayer replied that it was determination. He explained that Shinobu could understand the sadness of losing comrades and seeing one's own world trampled, which was why they had honed themselves to such heights, with a single-minded desire for revenge against all reincarnators. He said that with this revenge, everything would be resolved. The God-Slayer admitted that Shinobu's question was excellent and that it perfectly verified the difference between Shinobu and their opponents at that moment, making it the perfect souvenir to give. Shinobu wondered if that was really all, but found it hard to believe that such a vast gap could be created by just a difference in determination, something so emotional. The God-Slayer noticed Shinobu's doubt and asked what he was thinking about. Shinobu then mentioned that reincarnators could learn new magic by leveling up, but that was not how it worked for people of that world. And he asked how they all learned new magic, and he feels like that was the major difference in them. The God-Slayer mentioned that compared to before, Shinobu's current level seemed low, but acknowledged that it was a very good question and said he would give a second souvenir now. He then explained that the people of that world memorized every letter of the magic formulas written in the scrolls in order to embed them into the magic circuits in their brains. However, for the God-Slayer, it was different. One reason they were called sages was because of their knowledge of forbidden texts. When More Than Wonders asked if this related to the Great Library of Wisdom, the God-Slayer agreed and explained that the labyrinth was a living magic book which either devoured the minds of those who sought its magic or granted magic only to the chosen ones. Being chosen by the magic book alone made him significantly different. Shinobu expressed his willingness to understand everything and thanked him for the explanation. The God-Slayer remarked that it was admirable to see someone showing gratitude toward their enemy and noted that Shinobu was very different from other reincarnators. Shinobu smiled, which made the God-Slayer wonder what was so amusing. Shinobu said he thought his reckless attack had been worth it, and that talking like this had helped him greatly, as it was exactly what he wanted to hear. The best gift from the God-Slayer. The God-Slayer did not understand what Shinobu meant at first, but Shinobu revealed that by giving the souvenir for the afterlife, he was now giving it himself. He then thanked both the Black Dog and Gabriel for holding on, saying that now it was their time to rise. Afterwards, he activated the Divine Might release at level 888, boosting all the summoned characters under his command by 1.7 times in all their stats. The Black Dog prepared to fight the second God-Slayer, and they exchanged fierce sword strikes. The God-Slayer remarked that the Black Dog was impressive and that his strength was on par with his own, but with such a weapon, he wouldn't be able to keep up. He added that choosing the right weapon was also part of one's strength and declared it was time to end the fight. As the Black Dog was about to fall, Gabriel healed him and he insisted that weapons didn't matter. The second God-Slayer questioned whether that was an excuse in such a situation and called it pathetic. The Black Dog wondered what he meant, but the second God-Slayer said he saw no reason to step aside mid-battle and questioned if the Black Dog had already given up on winning. Then he launched another attack. Although the Black Dog's armor had already disappeared, he stopped the sword with his bare hand and suddenly grew gigantic, instilling fear. Using divine power release, he revealed his true form, a giant, deadly, three-headed wolf. The God-Slayer recognized it as a demon beast. The Black Dog revealed his real name as Cerberus the Hellhound and apologized for their earlier fight, saying he would now face the God-Slayer with his true power. In a blink, Cerberus rushed behind the God-Slayer, shocking him. He then unleashed the fierce clan skill, Inferno, breaking the God-Slayer's sword and telling him that he had been merely toying with him and sincerely apologized as a fellow warrior. The God-Slayer grew angry at being called a fellow warrior and told Cerberus not to get cocky, reminding him that the Black Dog was just a beast before attacking with a 5th-tier skill. Cerberus, the Black Dog, acknowledged that the techniques and martial arts honed by the God-Slayer were truly worthy of praise. As a demon beast, he had also trained extensively in combat and declared that he would slaughter the God-Slayer using his full power. The God-Slayer then launched the inescapable Deathline attack, but Cerberus countered it with instantaneous step, disappearing briefly before striking back with the Triple Dragon Strike against the God-Slayer, defeating him. Meanwhile, Shinobu observed and commented that he had made the Black Dog do some tough work. He noted that if it had been a sword fight in human form, the black dog would not have been able to use even a tenth of his power. Yet now, it was more than enough to conceal their true strength. The first Godslayer wondered if all of this was an act meant to deceive them and lower their guard. Despite the desperate attack, he was shocked to discover that Gabriel had also defeated the third Godslayer, remarking that the best way to deal with heretics was through physical force. The first Godslayer was truly stunned. Shinobu thought to himself that Gabriel was an archangel, primarily a healer, but one who loved close combat, which explained why her parameters were so high. He mentioned that both of them were holding back only because of his orders, and that he could not reveal his full strength so easily. He promised to reward them with a feast for their hard work and expressed his reliance on Alice. The first Godslayer acknowledged that although Shinobu was a stray, he was still a reincarnator. Manifesting the power of multiple high-tier summoned beasts simultaneously impressed him greatly. However, he noted that a summoner's greatest weakness was the summoner himself, warning that if Shinobu were killed, all his summoned creatures would perish instantly. The first Godslayer attempted a teleportation attack to strike Shinobu from behind with a kidney strike once again, but Shinobu easily dodged it, causing the first Godslayer to kneel. Shinobu then slashed his neck with a dagger, declaring that the first Godslayer's attacks would no longer work on him. After defeating him, Shinobu explained that summoners receive a buff that adds a portion of their summoned beast's stats to their own. He also mentioned that his weapon, the goblin's assassination dagger, was of mythic rank and came with massive bonuses, so the same tactic would not be effective against him. His level had increased threefold, which he found surprisingly anticlimactic. Shinobu realized that they had no choice but to resort to extreme measures to defeat the reincarnators, and he could not forgive them for harming Alice. Alice wondered if it was finally over and noted the sunrise, to which Shinobu agreed, gently patting her head and feeling relieved that she was safe. Tsukuyomi, thrilled despite the blood on her clothes, expressed her relief that Alice was unharmed. She then presented the equipment she had collected, though the heavily damaged items were missing. Shinobu thanked her and appraised all the items, discovering several high-performance pieces that would be very useful to Alice. Alice insisted it was fine and that the items were not to blame. Shinobu asked Gabriel to take the weapons, armor, and accessories to Azana for him. Gabriel agreed, and used her power to make all the equipment disappear. They then examined the body of the first Godslayer and remarked that he had won quite a bit of loot. Shinobu wondered how many people those three had killed to amass such treasure, feeling complicated emotions about the situation. Gabriel asked if he was sympathizing with them, but Shinobu denied it, saying that reincarnators were like invaders, and their original goal had been to oppose them. He added that if the proper means failed and extreme measures were necessary, then the suffering endured by their Alice was partly the fault of the reincarnators. Alice were shocked and insisted that was not true, explaining that the world was a survival of the fittest environment, and that the weak simply suffered the consequences. One recalled that when the Godslayer burned her homeland, she had been powerless to protect herself, but now things were different. Because Shinobu had reached out to her, she had been saved and was growing stronger. She would soon be strong enough to easily defeat a Godslayer on her own. Suddenly, they noticed the eyes of the dead Godslayer glowing. Shinobu examined the right eye and realized he had not noticed it during the fight. Using appraisal magic, he discovered it was the Dry Sage's magic eye and wondered what it all meant. He used a detailed scan to learn that the eye detected the location of reincarnators with low magic resistance, typically below level 20. Shinobu understood that those three had created their own detection radar to hunt down low-level reincarnators. Gabriel mentioned that those who had just arrived were likely at level 1, and targeting them for elimination was justified. Shinobu asked Gabriel to extract the right eye, and she agreed, though she wondered what he planned to do with the magic eye since detecting low-level reincarnators wouldn't benefit him at the moment. Shinobu explained that there was one useful purpose. He would use it to find Megumi, who had been thrown into that world at a low level after the tutorial ended. She might have already been found by those Godslayers, or, if unlucky, worse. With the magic eye, Shinobu could detect her location the moment she arrived and log in, allowing him to move faster than anyone else. However, protecting her was not enough. He needed the power to counter whatever threats the villains might throw at them and to protect Megumi no matter what. Shinobu vowed to protect her without fail. Gabriel confidently declared that anyone who tried to harm Shinobu or his sister Megumi would be destroyed by her physically. Tsukuyomi then arrived, saying that as long as it was for Shinobu, she was fine with anything and asked him to just tell her what he wanted to do. Alice also expressed her wish to grow stronger and help Shinobu. Cerberus stated that he would give his all to protect Shinobu's body, but apologized for some constraints. Alice wondered what was wrong with that. Shinobu said it was fine and that he would explain later. But for now, they needed to head to the Great Library of Water Wisdom. The scene shifted to the independent, free city of Ambrosiled, where Shinobu and Alice had arrived. Alice exclaimed that it was the first time she had seen a place more crowded than the Magic Academy. Shinobu apologized to her, saying that even though he had asked her to go to school, she had ended up making him quit. She responded that it was not at all her intention, and that learning new things genuinely made her very happy. She was grateful that he had brought her to this place, a world beyond the academy and her hometown. Shinobu patted her head again, thanking her, and said there were still many things he wanted her to know, and many places she should visit, such as the dungeons and the great library of Arqueus, which the Godslayer had mentioned earlier. According to the game's setting, the library was supposed to be open only to high-rank adventurers. However, due to the current situation, it was probably being managed by the Guild of the Reincarnators, who had likely sealed it off to prevent random people from entering. Therefore, they needed to register as adventurers and go through the proper procedures to challenge it. Suddenly, they noticed a man rushing away who was about to bump into Alice, but before that could happen, a dog appeared and threw him aside. It was none other than Cerberus, the black dog, in a small, cute form. Alice thanked him for saving them. When she called him the black dog, he asked not to be called that. She apologized. Shinobu explained that when Cerberus transformed into the black dog, he was as strong as Gabriel or Tsukuyomi. However, because his divine rank was slightly lower, he had the limitation of turning into a puppy after transforming. Still, he was a proud warrior and did not want anyone to see him like that. Cerberus was in his depths form, and setting Shinobu aside, he did not want to reveal such a disgraceful appearance to Alice. She blushed, and, in gratitude for saving her, said she understood. Then she asked if he was hungry and offered him some dried meat. He replied that he was not hungry, but she smiled, and he eventually took some to eat. Alice remarked that Cerberus was very strong, and although he was small, he was also quite cute. Cerberus insisted that he was a warrior, even in that form. Shinobu revealed that Cerberus was about 30 levels stronger than Alice, and, because that form consumed little MP for constant summoning, he was perfect for guarding Alice. Pleased by Alice's praise, they touched Cerberus's cheeks, making him feel happy. Shinobu mentioned that from now on, even beast tamers were not allowed to bring magical beasts into the facility, so he asked Cerberus to stay inside Alice's bag. Afterwards, they finally reached a huge building. Alice were amazed to see its immense size, which was apparent even from a distance, though she had not realized it was so large. Shinobu explained that it was the headquarters of the Adventurer Guild from all over the world, and that the Great Library of Comet was also managed there. He added that the Reincarnators Guild, the Dawn Brigade, was the group pulling the strings behind the scenes. As he opened the gate to enter, they found many people sitting near the quest board, while others were taking quests from the receptionist. Shinobu thought there were fewer people than he had expected. Suddenly, someone called out Shinobu's name. He wondered who the caller was. The woman apologized, explaining that Shinobu looked exactly as she had heard, and she could not help but call out to him. She introduced herself as Shinozuka Kaori and said she had heard about him from Ayumu. Shinobu recalled Ayumu and noticed that everyone around them was watching. Shinozuka explained that they had all been waiting for him, and Shinobu realized they were members of the Dawn Brigade. Shinozuka confirmed this, stating that she was the guild master of the Adventurer Guild and also a participant in the Council of the Divine, also known as the Kamibito meeting. Shinobu wondered about the Council of the Divine, and Shinozuka understood that he was not yet familiar with it. She explained that it was a gathering where representatives of the Reincarnator guilds convened, and Ayumu was naturally one of the participants. Shinobu realized that Ayumu must have leaked information about him. Although he had planned to keep his identity hidden from the guild, he knew that this would no longer be possible. He had already left Gabriel behind as a precaution against detection, and if things turned violent, she would come to his aid. Shinozuka mentioned that Shinobu's existence had been a mystery to the Council of the Divine for a long time, and he was the only reincarnator whose whereabouts remained unknown. Suddenly, all the people drew their weapons, and Shinozuka continued that opinions within the council were divided on how to handle Shinobu. However, the conclusion had been reached to kill him whenever they found him. Shinobu drew his staff and remarked that the situation was far from peaceful. Shinozuka revealed that the council had 5 level 99 cap breakers and 7 members above level 70, while Shinobu was only around level 80. The difference in power was clear, and Shinobu found himself in a desperate situation. Shinozuka then asked what he planned to do. Shinobu mumbled that Ayumu had to do the work and told everyone to just kill him, which was typical of someone like Ayumu. Shinozuka wondered what Shinobu was mumbling about and thought it was not the time for him to zone out. Shinobu considered that there were 5 at max level and 7 were above level 70. According to the Levita system, there was a limit to the number of beasts that could be summoned at one time. Except for Cerberus, who was in his bag, Shinobu could only forcibly summon Gabriel and Tsukuyomi, and maybe Bahamut as well. If he used the Divine Release skill, which doubled his ability, he would get a buff to level 83 simultaneously, but he felt it still would not be enough, so he wondered what he should do. Then he noticed a huge difference in power, but none of them were attacking him. He asked what their goal was and whether they wanted to talk to him. Shinozuka wondered why he would think that. He replied that the divine meeting had already decided he was supposed to be killed on the side, and if they wanted to kill an opponent, they would have launched a surprise attack all at once without showing off their military might. Since they had not done that, it meant they wanted to talk to him. She thought it over and started approaching him. Though he tried to act confident, he wondered if he had made any mistake. As she got closer, she mentioned that he was really thinking fast. Then, turning to leave, she said that if Shinobu didn't understand the situation, he was really naive. She had considered forcing him into protection, but it seemed he understood the rules of the world well. She then apologized for testing him. Shinobu wondered whom she wanted to protect him from. She knew who had commented. It was someone other than her, among the 4 people in the guild, including the guild master. Among them all, she had voted against killing him. Shinobu wondered why she had done that. She revealed that she was an oddball. Shinobu said that not all reincarnated people thought the same way. Shinozuka added that she did not think the people in that world were just data, but all humans who should be treated equally and who shared the same life. However, she was in the minority. The other reincarnated people were messing up that world, but not everyone was like that. She also did not get along with the sneaky Ayumu. She thought it was a good idea and called Shinobu Ayumu's favorite, asking him to get to the point. Shinobu wondered if she called him Ayumu's favorite because Ayumu really wanted him to die. She apologized if her words had hurt him, and then offered that he should become a member of the Dawn Brigade, through which he would receive benefits, including protection from the Guildmaster, and most importantly, protection from Ayumu. She explained that Shinobu would probably die from a single hit by Ayumu if he remained as he was. Another key point was that he would receive a logout ticket as a quest reward. Shinobu understood this, and she agreed, saying they were aiming for the ticket to clear the game, so there was nothing bad about it. In fact, it sounded very attractive. Shinobu asked, aside from protection, what advantage the logout ticket had. Shinozuka explained that the circumstances made it nearly impossible for him to log out, but there was someone else, Megumi, who was in the hospital and confused. If Shinobu did not want to know the details, that was fine. He wondered if anyone could obtain a logout ticket using the friend system. As Shinobu hesitated, Shinozuka told him he should know about his sister's condition. Shinobu asked how she knew and if she was working with Ayumu. Without directly answering, she suggested that if he really wanted the details, he should come with her to the Guildmaster's room for tea. Shinobu and Alice sat down there. He thought it was unexpected but was curious about the logout ticket. Shinozuka mentioned Megumi's name, which made him suspicious that someone other than himself knew about Megumi's condition and that she might be in danger. Alice asked if he was all right, and Shinobu agreed, telling her not to worry about him. He knew he was being impatient and that he couldn't make a decision after hearing that story, but he reminded himself that he needed to calm down. Just then, a man arrived, placing the tea down in a rather careless manner, and sat down, offering the tea to Shinobu. It was their first meeting, and Shinobu felt that the man had brought something special. One of Shinobu's Alice took a sip of the tea and remarked that things were not so simple and that the black tea was really delicious. Shinobu told her to hold on because they needed to check if it had been poisoned. The man laughed, saying he had no reason to add poison. if he wanted to kill Shinobu, he would have annihilated him with one blow. Alice said Shinobu was not going to lose to the man and that he shouldn't be underestimated. She reassured Shinobu not to worry because the beastman had a good sense of smell and could detect poison. She confirmed the tea was safe. Shinobu agreed that it really was good. The man introduced himself as Saito, and Shinozuka told him to treat Shinobu well. Saito admitted honestly that he did not like Shinobu, but he opposed the guild's decision to kill him and would not go against the guildmaster's orders. He added that if he rejected Shinobu, things would come full circle. Shinobu thought that he had not yet decided to join the guild and asked what would happen if he said no. Saito stood up to leave, telling Shinobu that he intended to give him despair and would not use any tricks but would honestly make Shinobu realize that he would never win. He then pushed the table forward and asked Shinobu to put his arm out for the match. Shinozuka explained that they would not kill each other, but wrestling would be acceptable. Saito noticed Shinobu's face tense and wondered if Shinobu was scared. Shinobu denied being afraid, explaining that Saito was a heavily built warrior and that there was a fundamental difference in their physiques. Shinobu was just thinking about how to overcome that. He considered that heavily built warriors were frontline fighters who relied on strength and defense, a test of raw power, and there was no way a summoner like him could win against such an opponent. Saito urged him to hurry and take off his armor, saying Shinobu seemed confident because he was a reincarnator and that his opponent was an uncivilized native, so Shinobu should enjoy being the strongest. Saito glanced sideways at Alice, and Shinobu looked at her as well. Alice told him she was fine. Shinobu realized that Saito had dug up Alice's trauma. Shinobu then mentioned that it was an amazing feeling, but one forbidden in the guild. He recalled that when Saito was with Ayumu, he had gone around killing natives who were trying to run away. In the dog-eat-dog world, a sense of omnipotence was the best, and he knew that too. Saito admitted he had been with Ayumu, and whoever was involved with a bad guy was also treated as a bad guy. Shinobu wondered what Saito was mumbling about. Shinobu sat down for the arm wrestling match and clasped hands with Saito. Saito asked why Shinobu was getting so emotional and explained that he had not meant to anger him. Even if it didn't matter, he was happy that Shinobu was finally fired up. He told Shinobu to start since he was the guest and said he would use only 50% of his power while Shinobu could go all out. Shinobu challenged him to go beyond 100% of his power. Saito felt bad hearing that. Then Shinobu used Divine Liberation, which doubled the status of his subordinates and also applied to summoned beasts present. When the summoned beasts were far from him, it boosted Shinobu's own status. The aura around Shinobu and Cerberus increased noticeably. Saito wondered what was happening as the atmosphere suddenly changed. Shinobu gripped his arm with greater force. Saito tried to use his power to bend Shinobu's hand, but it didn't move an inch. Shinobu wondered if that was Saito's full strength, and then slammed Saito's hand down on the table with such force that the table was destroyed. Alice and Cerberus were happy to see this. Saito wondered who Shinobu really was. Shinobu apologized for getting too heated and admitted that he had used a paid item called Giant Medicine. Saito was shocked that Shinobu possessed such a rare item. Shinobu thought to himself that he didn't really have it. He explained that he wanted to keep Divine Release a secret and preferred if they thought he was just a crazy guy. He also said he couldn't stay calm when teased. It was just his nature. Saito commented that Shinobu really was insane. Shinozuka arrived, apologizing to Shinobu for making him wait. She wondered what had happened because she heard some noise. When she saw the broken table, she glared at Saito and demanded to know what had caused it. Saito apologized for the damage. Afterward, Shinobu, along with Alice and Cerberus, got some food to eat. Alice asked Cerberus if it was delicious. Cerberus wondered why he couldn't resist the temptation. Alice cleaned his face, teasing him for being clumsy and smiling a lot. He asked her not to look at him like that. Shinobu mentioned that it was good their earlier tension was resolved and asked if that was true. Shinozuka appeared relaxed and apologized for the trouble, encouraging them to eat until they were satisfied. Shinobu thought that he would eat and did not want Alice to worry. Now, things felt fine. He commented that the food was delicious and very close to the taste of the real world. Shinozuka explained that the dining hall was for reincarnators in the guild, and although everyone missed the original food from their world, Shinobu had ended up using a precious item, and no meal could replace that, which was why she apologized. Shinobu told her to raise her head and said it was not her world. He just got too hot-headed. She thought she really believed that he managed to hide his true abilities. She thanked him for his kindness and asked him to listen carefully, saying she had seen the real thing from which everything started. She then showed him a photo. Shinobu wondered if there were even photos in Levita. She explained that his sister was in room 302 at the Daikakuji Hospital in Tokyo, and Megumi currently looked like the person in the photo. Shinobu asked what that meant. Shinozuka said that the hospital's name was visible in Megumi's friend's status, and she did not think it was simple. The friend's account was unregistered, so she wondered why they wanted to reveal it and if it was meant to mess with his mind. Shinobu wondered who took the photo and if they even knew Megumi. Shinozuka apologized, saying she shared the information only to grab his attention. She admitted she didn't know where the photo was taken and that all she knew was that a man had told her Megumi's name and gave her the photo. Shinobu understood that Shinozuka didn't know who had taken the photo. She agreed, mentioning that she didn't even know why the man had given her the photo. She thought that the person who had given her the photo must have anticipated that she would contact Shinobu. Shinobu wondered who that person was. She told him that his name was Tatsuya Mikagami, the #1 player in Levita, and also a medical student in the real world who had even qualified for the national athletic meet after excelling in 3 events. Shinobu commented that the life of that person sounded like a cheat. Shinozuka explained that Tatsuya was a great athlete and, even without being reincarnated, far surpassed others. When people began killing each other, he had reincarnated as well and had easily collected 10,000 gold coins to clear the game and obtain the logout ticket. Shinobu was surprised that Tatsuya had logged out and asked why he was not in the game world anymore, how he had a photo of Megumi, and how he had cleared the game. There were many questions, as logging out was supposed to mean returning to the real world, but everything seemed confusing. Shinozuka told Shinobu to calm down since he did not have all the facts yet and promised to explain the logout ticket and the guild quest to him. She revealed that no one had been able to log out in the past 400 years. She then talked about Tatsuya and asked Shinobu if he knew about the guild quest. Shinobu replied that it was a prototype, a regular event where they earned guild coins by clearing quests, which could be exchanged for equipment or stamina potions. She explained that the guild quest was introduced during the Agartha event, which seemed to be a major update. Shinozuka mentioned that while it worked, it was not fully completed. She asked if Shinobu could exchange guild coins for equipment, and then showed him some items. He checked and realized that all of them were heavy weapons. He learned that he could indeed exchange guild coins for these weapons. Shinozuka agreed that it seemed impossible, noting that the gold guild coins and everything connected to them were abnormal. Alice that all the familiars of Izana were connected. Even Shinobu did not fully understand those guns, but they seemed reliable. He found a stun grenade that was different from the ones he had used in the game. The dish he had eaten earlier tasted similar to food from the real world, although its ingredients were monster meat and a unique herb, and it had been cooked by the Levita. However, the heavy weapons were actually from the real world. Shinozuka agreed and explained that, to investigate further, Shinobu could exchange the weapons for 1 kilogram of pure gold, but such gold was worthless in Levita. Shinobu noted that those heavy weapons were much stronger than magic, but since they were items from the real world, he was afraid of them. Shinozuka explained that the weapons were rewards from guild quests, meaning they were similar to gold and firearms and could be taken back to the real world. She also mentioned the last item on the list, the logout ticket. It had been 400 years since people started reincarnating, and this ticket was the only way to clear the dungeon, yet no one had been able to use it. This was due to garbled text. Only the ticket contained detailed information, which was unusual, but the characters after end were corrupted, like a bug, preventing it from working. Because of this, people were hesitant to spend their precious guild coins on such an item. Shinozuka further told Shinobu that he could only earn coins by completing guild missions, which were like game quests. To participate, he had to register and join the guild. She explained that players would wait 6 months while doing small missions, but eventually, they began killing each other. She recalled seeing the first friend list and said the reason so many players had been killed was now understood. Before a major update, only one person could challenge the guild at a time, so from beginners to max-level players, everyone earned the same amount of guild coins. Because of this, players started killing each other to collect more coins. Shinozuka then explained that most players were civil, but there were a few psychopaths who started killing others in that world and continued to do so. Shinobu found this situation to be truly terrible. When Shinozuka referred to those who killed players as the worst players, Shinobu interrupted to say that to finish the game, there was no need to wait for 400 years. If players had enough coins, they could take as much gold and as many weapons as they wanted back home. Since the people in that world were reincarnated, they were completely different. The difficulty lessened once players began killing each other, and Shinobu thought the game settings were really awful. Shinozuka acknowledged that Shinobu had only received limited information but praised him for gaining so much despite that. She also said the system itself was terrible. Yet, despite the horrible situation, many players still refused to kill fellow Japanese players. Most remained sane, and only a few resorted to killing others. Shinobu called this the silver lining. Finally, Shinozuka revealed that 4 people had succeeded in collecting enough coins, but 3 of them were killers, and 1 was a PKK, someone who hunted players who already had a lot of coins. Shinobu identified this person as the one Shinozuka had mentioned earlier, Tatsuya, who hunted several player killers and amassed 10,000 guild coins. Her main point was that those who killed others managed to get out of the situation, which then appeared calm, and they had been waiting for a system update for the past 100 years. Shinobu continued explaining the system to Alice, saying it revolved around the guild. Back then, there were 5 major teams apart from the guild, and most reincarnated people belonged to these teams. These teams were different from the Adventurer Guild and had a rule that only reincarnated people could join. Shinozuka agreed, mentioning that the teams kept each other in check, much like in the real world. Shinobu added that when he showed up, the balanced system began to collapse. Shinozuka noted that Shinobu was very self-aware, which was why she wanted him to join the Brigade of Dawn. They expected him to complete the quests assigned to him, and then transfer the coins he earned to the guild. In return, they could offer him protection from Ayumu, who was bound to come after Shinobu sooner or later. Shinobu thought it would be fine if the threat was only against him, but he wasn't sure if he could protect Megumi the same way. He then told Shinozuka that he wanted something else from her and admitted that although he wasn't sure he could completely trust her, he certainly didn't like talking about Ayumu. A conflict was beginning to arise between Shinobu and Shinozuka, but since the enemy of his enemy was a friend, Shinozuka said that was fine and thanked him for his help. Shinobu was still angry at Ayumu, thinking that he would never forgive him anyway. The scene shifted to the spatial dungeon RIP, located in the space and time purgatory, where a few reincarnators encountered a giant evil eye monster. A man with a shield reassured the group that it was manageable and explained that the chance of dying from it was only 0.00001%. He added that they would gain an enormous amount of experience points if they managed to defeat the evil eye and encouraged them to fight together to achieve this. During the battle, the evil eye slashed at the man with the shield, while the other 2 attacked with their powers. Eventually, they succeeded in defeating the monster by stabbing its eye with a sword, which made them very happy. At that moment, Ayumu appeared from behind and remarked that if they could kill 100 more of those monsters on their own, they would reach the maximum level. A girl pleaded for forgiveness, saying she did not want to continue fighting. Ayumu wondered if she wanted to stop, noting that the evil eye had not even used its normal attack yet, so they could still fight it at their low levels. He explained that their immunity to its instant death skill was because he had lent them equipment to prevent dying, ensuring their survival. Then he asked if there was any other way for them to level up. The girl replied that the boy with the shield had died instantly. Ayumu explained that the probability was not 0, and demonstrated that he was storing the boy's corpse in an item box by placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, saying that if the corpse was stored like that, it would not count as a death. This meant that the other reincarnated people would not notice, and the girl was safe even if they died. He encouraged them to go ahead and kill as many monsters as they wanted, but if they still wanted to give up, he said he would have no choice but to kill them himself. The girl continued battling the evil eye monster, while the boy reminded Ayumu that if the corpse was stored in the item box, it did not count as a death. However, back when players were killing each other, the boy had been collecting human corpses as well. Ayumu wondered why that thought had suddenly come to him, admitting that he didn't even know why he had done those things. He recalled doing many things over the last 100 years, but couldn't remember all of them clearly. The boy asked if Ayumu had forgotten all the bad things he had done, and said it was pretty cool. He added that they were on track to win the Agartha event and wipe out every other guild at that rate, asking Ayumu to let him in on it as well. Ayumu called him stupid, but admitted that was probably why the boy had survived so far. The boy didn't understand if that was a compliment, and asked if Ayumu was praising him. Ayumu explained that they needed guild coins, and the item box mechanics were quite similar. He said the game was designed to make players fight each other. The boy agreed, mentioning that they would be rewarded with 1,000 guild coins per quest, but needed 10,000 to obtain the logout ticket. He added that it wasn't too bad since they could earn that much by killing only 10 people. Ayumu agreed, saying even someone as foolish as him knew those rules and that the strong naturally killed the weak. He said he wouldn't go against those rules because the god had made him rich so he could live as he pleased. Essentially, Ayumu said he was like a god in the Levita game, and the world adored him, with people unable to resist the game's settings. The boy then admitted that he didn't understand how Ayumu earned plenty of money even without killing anyone. As the girl crawled toward Ayumu, crying and begging to stop because it was impossible, Ayumu kicked her back, warning that if she didn't fight, she would end up dead. He promised to give her what she wanted, but then used his power to throw her toward the evil eye, which was then killed. Ayumu mentioned that he had helped them so they would earn only half the experience points, and that rather than letting her die on her own, it would be better if he killed her quickly. Then he congratulated the boy. The boy became excited and asked if he would be rewarded with something. Ayumu told him not to get carried away and said that now he would show him what was on the other side of the gate. The boy was very eager and said he had noticed something while they were fighting and asked what it was. Ayumu used his power to create a portal. The boy remarked that there was a hole and asked what Ayumu intended with it. Ayumu told him not to worry and just to look ahead. When the boy looked, he saw a tree with many corpses caught in it, which shocked him and made him wonder what Ayumu had done with them. Ayumu explained that those people had collected 10,000 gold coins and received logout tickets, but they were killer players. The boy said he already knew all of them because they were very famous, but they had used the tickets to clear the game. As he tried to move forward, a barrier suddenly stopped him, causing an injury to his forehead. Ayumu said the boy would not be able to pass the barrier, which was located on the other side of the forget tree and seemed to be not fully developed yet. Ayumu added that he had tried all kinds of tricks to get through, but nothing had worked. The boy was very confused about why Ayumu had made a hole. Ayumu said that there was no hole on the other side and asked if the boy hadn't just hit his head on the barrier. The boy agreed and wondered where those people were on the other side. Ayumu confirmed that they had all logged out and were in another part of the world. He explained that if they used the logout ticket, they would be sucked into that tree, which might be a condition described in the garbled characters. He added that they must have triggered some bug that caused the garbled characters to appear. Ayumu also mentioned that the description on the exchange screen was completely messed up. The boy asked Ayumu if he had mentioned earlier that he wanted to clear the game and if they knew anything about that. Ayumu replied that he was enjoying that world and found such tickets suspicious, so he didn't want to use one. He added that the game world was more fun than reality. Then they heard a girl near the tree scream so loudly that it terrified the boy, as she was still alive. Ayumu said that sometimes all three of them screamed like that, and he didn't know if they were dead or alive, but they certainly didn't seem happy. The boy then asked about Tatsuya, who was the top-ranked PPK, player killer, and had cleared the game. Ayumu said he didn't know much about Tatsuya and thought it might be just another bug. He then made a staff appear, and the boy wondered what it was, as it was his first time seeing something like that. Ayumu revealed it was a key, and that before the implementation of Agartha, it could be used to participate in it in advance. He added that Tatsuya had given it to him. The boy was shocked and wondered why Tatsuya would give such a key to him. Ayumu explained that Agartha was the name of a city said to be the center of the world, and using Babylon's key, they could enter the city. He joked that for an idiot like the boy, he would explain things more deeply. He went on to say that there was a special dungeon not yet implemented, and they needed to be the fastest to clear it. When the boy indicated he understood, he said Ayumu was very lucky to have such a key. Ayumu admitted he couldn't believe how lucky he was to get such a rare item. Then, with a serious look, he mentioned that he didn't like being Tatsuya's tool, but since Agartha was the current priority, he just needed to crush everyone in his way and would start with the Brigade of Dawn. The boy revealed that they had received information from their spy that Shinobu had shown up. Ayumu became very scared and angry upon hearing Shinobu's name, saying that Shinobu had finally appeared after making him wait for so many years. He added that it was the perfect timing since the three guilds had just made a secret agreement. Ayumu then instructed to tell Saito that Shinozuka and Shinobu would be purged along with them. Shinobu shook hands with Gabriel, who apologized for rushing him. She told him that he should head north, where his goal was the soldier garrison, and the quest involved the Great Permafrost Horde. Shinobu set off for the snowy mountain areas, accompanied by Alice, and noticed that although it wasn't very cold, there was snow all around, which amazed him. Shinobu explained that he used third-level magic to help them adapt to the environment. This magic also blocked both heat and cold, so Gabriel wouldn't feel cold unless the temperature dropped below -20 degrees. Gabriel added that they also used first-level magic to summon beasts, which was blocked by default. Cerberus agreed with this. Alice mentioned that even though she had a coat from Tsukuyomi, she was still a bit nervous, understanding that it was secondary magic. Shinobu agreed and said he hadn't really wanted to change his clothes, but Tsukuyomi had some fun with it and insisted that it was better to dress that way, otherwise they would stand out too much. He thought it was probably for the best that he changed. Tsukuyomi had forced him to change clothes. Then Tsukuyomi arrived and told them they were going to a new place, so they should switch things up a bit. She asked Gabriel if she wanted to look stylish as well. Gabriel said she didn't really mind wearing what she usually did, and Shinobu complimented her, which was why she was wearing the outfit. Shinobu then recalled their earlier conversation about clothing before they left, and he welcomed Tsukuyomi by asking how things looked ahead. She said it was as Shinobu had thought. The monsters had become more active, so she had defeated a few while coming back. Shinobu said it was fine as long as there weren't too many. He then suggested they proceed to the garrison. The black dog started playing with the ice, and Alice began running ahead with him. Shinobu commented that it couldn't be helped and that it should be fine. He asked the black dog if he thought they would be back before the quest started. The black dog simply howled. Finally, Shinobu's quest began. The Prima Frost Uprising, with a reward of 1,000 guild coins for participating. They were heading north, which was home to both humans and demons. However, not many humans there were natural enemies of the monsters. Because of this, a large number of monsters stayed in the area, and every few years the monsters became unusually active, forming a horde. At that time, a defense quest was issued, prompting adventurer guilds from various countries to strengthen their military forces to prevent the city from being destroyed. Defending the city was the main goal, but those who participated received good rewards. This event occurred every few years, and since there was no skill requirement, many adventurers showed up, with participants being filtered before the quest began. That was why people needed to take on the challenge quest, known as the Great Horde Control Squared Selection Test. As Shinobu, Alice, and the others made their way there, a man grew angry, calling Shinobu foolish for bringing women to fight demons. He pointed out that Shinobu wore light armor on the battlefield and warned that they might die and drag the others down. Tsukuyomi responded by snapping her finger at the man's nose, telling him he would be a problem. She then struck him against the wall, saying she should teach him a lesson, and asked if he had made Shinobu feel bad. Shinobu ignored it, saying it was already getting late, and asked her not to kill anyone. She agreed, saying they shouldn't waste energy on such a nuisance, then kicked him again, causing him to fall. Others gathered to watch, commenting that the group was sticking out again. Shinobu noticed Alice and Cerberus playing on the snowy mountain within the wall. He remarked that they both really stood out in different ways because everyone was staring at them. Alice approached Shinobu and asked if they had escaped another punch. Shinobu said he hadn't wanted that to happen, but Tsukuyomi had done it. Alice mentioned that the previous day, when they had been surrounded by the Brigade of Dawn in the bar, Shinobu had gotten them out of that situation very easily. Shinobu replied that the situation was different this time, as they were now surrounded by other match players, along with Shinozuka. Alice then asked why Shinobu trusted Shinozuka, since Kamite seemed like a good person but was using Shinobu's condition to make him fight for the guild coins. Shinobu explained that he didn't trust Shinozuka and that they couldn't use the gold coins unless they joined a guild. However, he added that wherever they went, there would always be some kind of condition. Shinozuka had told him that Ayumu had been looking for Shinobu in that world, so Shinozuka's condition made sense to him. Shinobu could keep all the quest rewards, and there was even a coin exchange after the Agartha event. Gabriel understood this and said that before giving the coins to the Brigade of Dawn, they could exchange the quest rewards to get the scroll for Alice. Shinobu agreed, mentioning that he would trade the huge reward for the scroll so Alice could learn high-level magic afterward. Alice wondered if Shinobu was really going to use such a precious coin for someone like her. He replied that it was fine, and that the guild coins were not worth more than her. He added that if he guessed correctly about something he had been thinking of, he would explain it later. Then he asked if she was surprised that he had trusted Shinozuka and gone along with her. Alice agreed, admitting that she tended to think too simply, seeing people as either good or bad. Shinobu explained that sometimes they had to trust bad people and choose whichever path was most beneficial. He said people should decide their own paths, especially when their lives were at stake. Putting a hand on her shoulder, he told her not to trust him completely either, but if he made a mistake, she would have to make her own choice and simply follow her path. She said she would always trust him because he was always right and she really liked him. He acknowledged this, but reminded her not to forget to think about herself. She agreed. Suddenly, a man emerged from the ice that Alice and the black dog had brought. He wondered what those women wanted there. As the four of them glared at him, he tried to run away, but a lady appeared and kicked him. Behind her stood many knights. She ordered everyone to listen and wondered how her beloved adventurers were doing now. The lady greeted everyone by welcoming them to the demon realm. Then, she suddenly made the snow disappear, transforming it into ice pillars, which shocked everyone. Many such pillars appeared, and she announced that there would be 2 exams. The first exam required them to destroy one of the pillars. People wondered if such an easy task could really be accomplished by them, and someone even said that breaking it would not require magic. Shinobu asked Alice if she had noticed anything unusual about the ice. She agreed and mentioned that it was not ordinary ice. Shinobu explained that it was the Tier 3 magic called Freeze Edge, which made the ice much stronger and was usually used in attacks. However, the lady had applied it to the pillars, making them currently much harder than iron, so breaking them would not be easy. Shinobu also realized that the lady, like them, was a Tier 3 magic user. Alice confirmed that the lady was indeed a powerful Tier 3 magic user. Shinobu mentioned that the lady was a resident of that world. The lady then called out the name of Great Sage Isabella, who would be the one to judge their strength. The people began discussing that Isabella was the Witch of the North and questioned whether she had lived around 400 years ago, while someone else insisted it had been 800 years ago. They wondered if the subjugation would be truly dangerous. Suddenly, a man asked everyone to be quiet, and the Great Sage Isabella appeared before them. It turned out that the lady standing before Shinobu and the others was named Isabella. She explained that the target of the subjugation was the frost oak, but if they couldn't even crack the pillars, there was no point in continuing the discussion. Therefore, breaking the pillars was their first task. She then demonstrated her power by breaking a sword instantly. Gabriel asked Shinobu if he was surprised by Isabella's strength, but he denied it and simply looked at Alice, who was also confused. Isabella explained that magic users like herself were weak to close-range attacks, so her ability to break the sword so quickly was expected. Everyone was shocked by the display. Isabella then told them that they could easily clear this task and that their next challenge was a solo hunt for the Devil Grizzly. This shocked many because it was not something to be done alone. Isabella apologized if this was too difficult for any weaklings, but emphasized that they needed to complete it before breakfast, which was the bare minimum requirement. Everyone had heard the rules. The first to leave would receive a good reward, and even if they were not the best, they had been placed in a special slot. She had been waiting to see what they would achieve from the start. It seemed many had backed down, and she said that those without courage should not have come to such a place. Gabriel then asked if they could start immediately. Isabella did not mind and asked if Gabriel was a magician, but noted that she did not have a weapon. Gabriel revealed that she was only a backup worker. Isabella wondered why Gabriel was attempting to fight magic with her bare hands. Gabriel stepped closer to an ice pillar and struck it lightly, explaining that without a weapon, she could still crush those idiots with her bare hands. Isabella was genuinely shocked to see this. Tsukuyomi also stepped forward, wanting to try the challenge. She used her 5th tier skill, Toy Box, to summon a coffin, which shocked Isabella because it was a 5th tier ability. She wondered if it was real. Tsukuyomi asked if Isabella had seen it too, confirming that it was genuine. When the coffin opened, numerous skeletons emerged. Shinobu realized they were skeleton-type creatures and guessed this was part of the rules. Alice wondered where the box was connected to, and Shinobu explained that it seemed the underworld was linked to different zones in various ways. Tsukuyomi then said she could have simply erased the ice pillar, but asked if she should demonstrate how she would destroy it. She used her power again, causing many skeletons to come out by breaking one of the pillars. Alice was truly shocked, and Shinobu told Tsukuyomi that she didn't need to go that far to show off her skills. Isabella was genuinely shocked and wondered what was happening. The skeletons advanced toward Isabella, which frightened her. Tsukuyomi mentioned that they had cleared the first exam. At that moment, the skeletons stopped trying to return to their coffins and disappeared, which scared Isabella greatly. Shinobu told Tsukuyomi not to bully Isabella so much, even though he did not like Isabella's attitude. Tsukuyomi replied that Shinobu was very kind, but she was only teasing Isabella a little. Feeling frightened, Isabella asked who Shinobu was. Shinobu apologized and explained that it might be his job to find good candidates for the quest. He then used the 3rd tier Breath of the Fire Dragon King to blast another ice pillar, thereby clearing the first quest. Alice called out to Shinobu, saying that she wanted to try as well, because after destroying the pillar they would be able to participate. Shinobu agreed and told her to go ahead and destroy it. Alice stood with her staff, thinking she needed to calm down and that she could destroy the pillar if she aimed correctly. She then used a 3rd tier Fire Blast to strike the pillar, but it did not break. Shinobu thought that this was expected, as the attack hadn't even melted the surface. Tsukuyomi reassured them that it was fine since it was good enough if Alice only scratched the pillar. Turning to Isabella, Tsukuyomi told her that Alice would be joining them as an assistant. Isabella agreed if that was acceptable. Shinobu thanked Tsukuyomi and said that he would save time for the 2nd exam as well. Tsukuyomi then gave Isabella a few pieces of the Grizzly Devil magic core, which shocked her because it came from one of the top grizzly species in Atlas, and one piece was from the Ice Dragon's magic core. She asked if they were the ones who had hunted it in the Great Snowy Field. Tsukuyomi said that the 2nd exam would not be a problem, and besides them, no one else was present. Isabella, disappointed, agreed with this, and Alice also felt disappointed about her test. As they left, Gabriel comforted Alice, telling her not to let it get to her and that she could train on her own. Tsukuyomi added that Alice was not weak just because she had failed to break the pillar, so she should not worry about it. The black dog was also cheering for Alice, and she thanked everyone, though she felt like she was dragging them all down. Shinobu spotted a place to eat and suggested they take a break. Soon, 5 curry plates were served to their table. As Shinobu ate, he realized the curry was delicious. Just the right amount of spicy, Alice agreed, saying it was indeed very tasty. However, she noticed that the black dog looked disappointed, and she wondered if curry wasn't his favorite, since he was usually so greedy when it came to food. Shinobu suggested that perhaps the black dog preferred curry made by Alice. Hearing that, the black dog showed a very happy reaction. Alice blushed at the comment. Tsukuyomi then mentioned that everyone had their own strengths, and it was better to compete in things they were good at. Alice agreed, saying it seemed that even someone like her, who felt like a hindrance, had something she was good at. She thanked Shinobu for being so kind and said she would make delicious curry again. The black dog looked truly happy to hear that. Shinobu added that developing skills was important, and then asked the owner to bring them some dessert. The owner agreed and said he would serve their specialty, the Mishima orange popsicle, and encouraged them to try it. Excited, Alice picked one up, and Shinobu asked if she had ever heard of that kind of ice candy. She replied that it was her first time hearing the name. As she touched it to her lips, she was surprised by how cold it was. It was also her first time eating something so cold, and it turned out to be delicious. Shinobu explained that since there were no refrigerators in that world, cold foods were rare unless they were in a cold country. But the problem there was that people's bodies were already so cold that they couldn't enjoy ice candy properly. The owner had served something warm beforehand to prepare their bodies, which made the treat even more enjoyable. Alice commented that it was a really smart move. Shinobu nodded and said that's how value was truly shown, by creating contrast and timing. Alice realized she was good at understanding such things. Shinobu smiled and revealed that it was her specialty. The owner brought out more food and said that nothing went better with warm, cozy curry than a cold ice candy. He added that the dish was something they had won praise for back at their own home. Shinobu thanked him for the extra treat. The owner also mentioned that the girls should enjoy it as well and told them not to hold back. Alice discovered that it was the meat of the hori-hori bird, which was incredibly delicious. They all ate and learned that the hori-hori birds flew all around Alice's hometown. She exclaimed that the birds managed to live even in such snowy areas. The grilled meat was truly delicious, but when stewed in the traditional sauce from Alice's hometown, it tasted even more amazing. Gabriel seemed excited to try food from Alice's homeland. Alice promised that one day she would definitely show off her skills. Shinobu mentioned that it was as expected and that this was how she should be. Alice then became emotional and said that she would really do her best. Shinobu stood up and said that they should get going now. Alice agreed, but asked where they were headed. Shinobu replied that they were going to Isabella's mansion, Isabella being the Witch of the North. He added that the technique she used to infuse magic into her wand was what had caught his attention. They were all welcomed to Isabella's home. Tsukuyomi mentioned that the mansion was truly beautiful and lived up to the expectations of a great sage. Isabella felt flattered and asked what Tsukuyomi wanted from her. Tsukuyomi replied that it was not her, but Shinobu, who had the request. Isabella then inquired if Shinobu was the servant of Tsukuyomi. Gabriel gave her a glare and explained that Shinobu was a noble person, and they served him as his followers. Isabella was surprised and said that they simply called him Kun. Tsukuyomi clarified that only she was allowed to address him that way. Isabella was intimidated by all of them and quickly reassured that she did not mean anything wrong. Shinobu then asked both of them not to bully Isabella too much since they were there to ask her a favor. He also apologized for his summoned beasts. Isabella asked if Shinobu had really summoned Tsukuyomi. Shinobu said it was not a big deal, but she still commented that he seemed very young. Shinobu revealed that he was a reincarnated person. Isabella said she had lived a long time and worked hard, but she knew she would not be able to defeat him. Gabriel then asked Shinobu why he had revealed the secret of his reincarnation. Shinobu told her not to worry because some people there could handle reincarnated individuals, and he wanted Isabella to know since he was sure she had certain feelings about reincarnated people. She might even hold a grudge against them and asked if she could listen to his request. Shinobu bowed to her, but she stopped him and asked him to just raise his hand instead. Tsukuyomi commented that Isabella was right. It was good to be polite, but bowing like that might scare her. Shinobu mentioned that both Isabella and Tsukuyomi had behaved nastily during the exam, but Isabella was only acting that way to prevent unreliable people from taking the money. He asked if he was right, and Isabella agreed, explaining that it was not her true personality. Tsukuyomi placed a hand on Shinobu's shoulder and said that while what Shinobu said might be true, seeing him bow his head gave an unpleasant feeling, and if he understood that, Alice was shocked to learn that Isabella's harsh behavior had been intentional. Alice then apologized for judging Isabella as a terrible person. Tsukuyomi added that raising a child was indeed very difficult. Isabella told Alice that she was the one who served Tsukuyomi. Alice agreed and revealed that she was the only one who couldn't break the ice pillar. Shinobu teased her gently, telling her not to make such a face. He explained that neither he nor Gabriel were really cut out for teaching, but they could manage other things. Alice said it wasn't Shinobu's fault. Shinobu mentioned that she was misunderstanding, but she didn't have to worry if his guess was correct. There was indeed a way to break the ice pillar and for her to become stronger. Alice was surprised to hear that she would be able to break the ice pillar as well. Shinobu then said that Isabella's wand had given him an idea. Shinobu then explained that Isabella's oak wand had been used to strike the ice pillar, and that technique could help now. He asked if they could return to the selection test site once again. Upon arrival, Shinobu mentioned the higher third-tier frozen edge magic, which could create many giant ice statues. This amazed Isabella because she had not even known that magic stronger than hers existed, despite having tried to master it for the last 800 years. Shinobu revealed that reincarnated people like them were considered cheats since they did not need to practice such magic extensively. They could perform it in a semi-automatic state without much effort. However, there were still things they were not good at. Shinobu then summoned a dagger wrapped in some special magic that even he could not fully understand. Isabella wondered if it was a rare item. Shinobu confirmed it was a mythical item dropped by goblins, already imbued with much magic. The weapons they used were often of such a class. Using the knife, Shinobu cut the ice statue into smaller pieces and asked Isabella to use the technique she had used to break the ice pillar during the exam once again. Isabella agreed. Shinobu asked Alice to watch carefully. Alice felt the magic flowing into Isabella's wand as Isabella struck the ice, tearing it into pieces. Shinobu mentioned that it was just a normal class wand and nothing extraordinary. Alice wondered if pouring magic into the wand could really increase its power, and if she could do the same to use her own power to destroy frozen edges. Shinobu agreed and praised her quick learning, but explained that pouring magic into an object was something she needed to learn how to do. Alice then approached Isabella and asked her to teach the technique. Isabella agreed to teach if Alice had the time. Alice was shocked to learn that it would take 200 years to master. Gabriel stepped forward and remarked that the 200-year learning period was even longer than she had expected, which she considered quite bad. She declared that it was now time for special training for Alice, explaining that it would take some time for her to learn the technique. Gabriel added that 3 months of continuous training would help Alice handle it. Alice was truly shocked by the serious and intimidating expression on Gabriel's face. Shinobu, with his companions, arrived at an open area where Alice was holding a sword. Gabriel was instructing her to pour more magic into the weapon, encouraging Alice to keep trying as what she was doing wasn't enough. Alice followed her guidance, but after exceeding her limits, she collapsed. When asked if she was all right, Alice assured them she was fine. Shinobu remarked that, as he had expected, they wouldn't master the technique overnight. Tsukuyomi agreed, explaining that since Shinobu was reincarnated and the others were summoned beasts, they could learn magic quickly and level up after using it once. However, the locals could not do the same without a scroll, and scrolls above the 3rd tier were treated as national secrets. Tsukuyomi then created a doll using mana and explained that this was why a witch couldn't cast magic without weapon enhancement. The locals were quite creative. She made the doll fly into the sky, attack a giant green bird, and bring it back. Tsukuyomi added that even complicated things could be managed once someone got the hang of them, but it was much easier for them. Although the learning process would take 200 years, Shinobu mentioned it was actually just 3 months for them, and that there was still a long road ahead. Gabriel approached Alice and advised her that they wouldn't get anywhere by fighting recklessly. She then used 3rd-tier support magic to heal Alice and explained that this would solve her immediate lack of magic, allowing her to continue training. Gabriel further explained that if they used stamina, recovery, and magic together, they wouldn't even need to sleep, and she promised to help Alice until she mastered the technique. Alice felt happy and got up, determined to try again because she didn't want to be a burden. Shinobu hesitated, but Tsukuyomi encouraged him, saying that Alice was capable and that they couldn't just stand around watching her train for months. She added that it was probably a good point to wrap up the special training and that it was the perfect time for cooking. Tsukuyomi then asked them to look at the bird, and Shinobu admitted that he did like eating birds. However, he said that this particular kind of bird wasn't suitable for eating. Tsukuyomi wondered if he was serious and said that after all the trouble she had gone through to catch the bird, she felt quite ashamed. Alice apologized for making them wait because of her. Shinobu replied that it was fine and that he had expected it, though he felt bad seeing her go through such tough training. Alice insisted that it was nothing and promised to do her best. Then Alice suddenly remembered something and told Shinobu that when her special training was finished, she would cook that bird for him. As she pointed toward the mountain, Shinobu wondered what was there. Alice mentioned that Shinobu had said earlier that he wanted to try something. Tsukuyomi didn't understand and asked what Alice was referring to. Alice then explained about the hori-hori bird and a cooking style from her hometown that they had expressed interest in eating. She said they had plenty of vegetables and berries for a special sauce, and she planned to boil the hori-hori bird. Shinobu asked if the bird could fly. Alice confirmed this and pointed out that she could see a small flock on the mountain ridge. Shinobu remarked that the ridge was about 3 kilometers away, so he couldn't see them clearly. Alice explained that the birds were very fast and might be hard to spot. She said Shinobu would need to get used to their speed, noting that she had often caught them in her hometown. Shinobu wondered if this was basically like using magic every day, and noted that Alice could see moving objects from such a distance with her naked eyes. He said he would need to check that himself. He then used a first-tier support magic, a kind of super zoom, to look more closely and asked if Gabriel could see as well. Gabriel agreed, but said she would also need to use the super zoom. Shinobu looked at Alice's tail and asked if she was a beast folk, suggesting that she should have a good sense of smell. He further asked if beast folk had abilities humans didn't, besides their appearance. Alice thought for a moment and said she had heard that beast folk had excellent senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, which made them skilled with bows and arrows and able to read the flow of the wind. However, she also mentioned that she was often teased at school by the Aborigines. Shinobu mentioned that the hori-hori birds could be hunted from their position by Alice. However, she denied this, explaining that the birds were too far away and the arrows wouldn't reach them unless they got closer. She also admitted that she hadn't tried using magic for hunting before. Shinobu thought he might have a weapon suitable for the task, and then showed Alice a weapon, explaining that it was what they had talked about during the exam, and that it was considered under-level magic. Shinobu believed Alice could use that weapon to learn the magic involved, though he also wondered if there might be an item she could use instead. He then bought a sniper weapon for her. Gabriel explained that such a weapon didn't exist in the Levita world and was unique to Shinobu's world. Shinobu taught Alice how to hold the weapon properly, advising her to set the buttstock firmly against her shoulder. He asked how it felt and pointed to the trigger, instructing her to aim at the desired target and simply pull it. Afterward, Gabriel used second-tier summoning magic to call forth a speed raven, which makes the highlighted image of one of the birds. She asked Alice to shoot it down. Alice agreed, but the recoil from the high-pressure shot caused her to fall backward. However, her aim was accurate, and the bird was hit and fell. Shinobu apologized for forgetting to mention the recoil and asked if Alice was okay. She agreed, thinking the weapon's power was incredible and that a bow was nothing compared to it. She was truly amazed by the weapons from Shinobu's world. Shinobu asked Gabriel how far the bird was. Alice replied that it was around 500 meters away. Shinobu praised Alice, saying he couldn't believe she had hit the bird on her first try with that gun. She thanked him for the compliment and said she herself was surprised that the weapon could shoot out such a small but powerful lump and didn't expect that reaction. It felt somewhat like using a bow. Shinobu then asked if she could try again, and she agreed. Gabriel used magic to make a highlighted bird appear, and Alice shot it down once more, earning further praise from Shinobu. Shinobu went on to say that originally, Alice was supposed to challenge the 13th floor of the ideal city with him to level up and obtain a scroll to learn magic, as he had thought. However, in reality, the gun suited her better than any magic, and would be the best weapon for her. Tsukuyomi commented that Shinobu had noticed the characteristics of the beast fold, which was quite impressive. Shinobu replied that while some races were naturally good at learning magic, others excelled more with weapons like guns. He then acquired the best modified rifle and asked Alice to use it as well. Shinobu asked Gabriel to train Alice again, but mentioned that this time it shouldn't take long. Alice aimed at a living creature and shot it down on the first try. Gabriel then asked her to do the same with a snow eagle located 5 kilometers away. As her level increased, she continued with this training. Shinobu, along with Tsukuyomi and Cerberus, headed toward Central, as he believed that if they truly wanted to defeat the monsters on their own, they had to gain experience points, the fastest way to level up. He told Gabriel to go after the Wendigo once she finished her training, and she agreed. At some distance ahead, several giant monsters called Wendigos appeared. Alice used the rifle to shoot one of them in the head, killing it and leveling up herself. She was amazed that she could take down such a large monster with a single shot, which made her realize how powerful the weapon really was. Alice then spotted another Wendigo at 7,000 meters and shot at it. Thinking she hadn't finished it off, she gave it another shot to kill it for sure, commenting that it was impressive to hit a target from such a long range. Gabriel told Alice that she could infuse magic into the weapon to increase its power. Alice understood that the special training with Gabriel was to focus on channeling magic into the weapon. She tried this and shot at another Wendigo, but the shot hit an ice patch on the side, causing a huge blast and landing far from the intended target. Gabriel explained that the recoil becomes more difficult to control as the power increases, so Alice needed to concentrate on managing it. Alice agreed to continue practicing. Shinobu then instructed Gabriel to defeat all the Wendigos so she could level up and later do special training like Alice's. Suddenly, Shinobu sensed something in the sky and wondered if it was a meteor. However, it was not a meteor. Instead, someone descended in front of them with overwhelming power that created intense pressure. Shinobu and Gabriel quickly raised a barrier to protect themselves and the others. It was revealed that the flower from space was a gluttonous life form whose body was as huge as a continent in that world. The Wendigos began to approach and discovered a giant seed. This flower had landed in the form of a seed and was growing back to its normal size by capturing and killing the Wendigos. It was on an assault mission, an ancient flower that embodied a sweet death. It kept attacking relentlessly, and as it rushed toward Gabriel, she sliced it down while instructing Alice not to leave her side. Alice was genuinely frightened because the flower's tentacle-like legs appeared from every direction. Shinobu then used a second-tier large fire attack to save both Gabriel and Alice, and the group regrouped. Gabriel was truly relieved that Shinobu was safe, and Shinobu expressed that he was also glad to be unharmed. Gabriel asked Shinobu to forgive her and mentioned that the quest target in the northern city was the Frost Oak. She felt she should have anticipated that something like this might happen. Shinobu reassured her that it was just a sudden event, and that it would have been impossible for her to foresee it. Alice then asked Shinobu what was happening, and he revealed that it was a raid battle. Shinobu thought that all online users were eligible to participate in the massive assault event, which lasted for 1 day and offered rewards based on performance in a damage contest. He explained that it was a multiplayer event and wondered why it had appeared during his solo quest. He suggested they might be able to ask the Kaori Guild for help. Gabriel noticed that Shinobu seemed worried, something she hadn't seen before, but she believed the guild must have had a reason for this. Shinobu agreed it would be good if they accepted help, but reminded everyone that a raid was still a raid. He instructed Tsukuyomi and Gabriel to protect the Frost Oak. Alice wondered why they were leaving her behind, so Shinobu asked Black Dog to protect her, and Black Dog agreed. Shinobu then moved ahead, thinking that one condition to clear the raid was to subjugate the Frost Oak in the area, as the permafrost horde's nest had to be nearby, if even one remained alive. He observed that the Wendigos were already being taken by the horde. Tsukuyomi also noted that the presence of the Frost Oak was gone, suggesting they were the last ones. Shinobu checked the screen and saw that the subjugation of all the Frost Oak was confirmed and that the guild quest for the permafrost horde was completed. He felt bad about this but learned that a bonus would be added for completing the first guild quest, awarding him 1,000 guild coins. Surprised, he remarked that this was the first time the assault event boss raid was happening and that the raid was just beginning. The assault mission was an ancient flower that heralds the sweet death had finally begun. When the flower monster was stopped, Alice wondered why it had happened just then. Gabriel warned everyone not to let their guard down because there might be a second wave, and they needed to stay vigilant and not slack off. Shinobu thought that the god's voice would announce the assault mission involving the ancient flower that heralded a sweet death. Suddenly, that voice did appear, delivering the same message. Shinobu realized that if it was like in the game, they would have some time before the attack began, and he had no choice but to contact Shinozuka. He told the others that they should head back to town since assistance would be available there. As they were leaving, the earth began to shake, and the flower monster unleashed its power high in the sky, so visible that even people far away could see it. The monster released this power to attract and defeat others. Shinobu understood that the barrier around them only allowed monsters to pass through, just as in the game, and humans like them were being pushed out. He lifted Alice and asked her to forgive him for the sudden action and to hold on for a bit. He also urged his 3 summoned beasts to hurry and leave the area. They agreed to retreat. Shinobu believed that while the summoned beasts might collide with the barrier, Alice would not, and he couldn't let her touch it. Using aerial swimming, a 3rd-tier magic technique, he quickly escaped as the barrier grew stronger. Then, the flower's pest exploded. Shinobu and his companions finally reached a room where he apologized to Alice for grabbing her suddenly, but she told him not to worry. Shinobu suggested they analyze the situation while things were still calm. Tsukuyomi commented that although the flower had matured, it was a particularly nasty one. Shinobu left Alice with Gabriel, who asked where he was going. He explained that he had requested a sequence from Shinozuka and was heading to the Brigade of Tan Guild Hall. He said that even if they didn't lend a hand, it would be a waste not to share what they knew. Shinobu explained that the ancient flower had started growing, and after some time it would consume all living things and grow even larger. It was expected to exceed the human limit of subjugation within 24 hours. He realized it was the same as in the game, but the god's voice had announced it much earlier than expected. That was why they needed to hurry. The voice had called for forces to join together to defeat the flower, and it said the conditions would be announced soon. Shinobu was confused when he heard about the conditions. Then he heard a voice questioning why something like that was appearing all over Levita. Turning around, Shinobu saw a red, glowing eye behind him, and upon closer inspection he realized it was the red barrier. He was puzzled about its presence. Soon, he discovered that an assault mission had begun to defeat the ancient flower that heralded a sweet death, but the participant limit was set to only one player. The voice announced that no new entries would be accepted, and that Shinobu had to start preparing to defeat the flower alone. Angered by the demand to undertake a solo raid, Shinobu punched the barrier, letting his frustration show, believing it shouldn't force him into this. He recalled that the first raid since Levita's service began was an assault mission against that same ancient flower. At that time, the level cap was 50, and there had only been a few players participating. Though the number of new participants was small, thousands of people had ultimately cleared the mission. Shinobu's current level was 80, and although Solo P felt strange, no matter how he looked at it, the challenge was truly tough. Alice asked if Shinobu was okay, and he gave her a forced smile to reassure her. He patted her head, apologizing for causing her worry, and reminded himself to stay calm in such a situation. They needed to discuss the strategy for the upcoming raid battle immediately. Shinobu analyzed the situation, explaining that the flower kept killing the Wendigos and was growing rapidly. He understood that since it consumed all life, it was capable of traveling through space. Upon landing on a planet, it devoured everything around it and increased in size. It also emitted a special phenomenon that drained the will to resist from living beings. Tsukuyomi added that those absorbed by the flower appeared to react happily and died in an aesthetically pleasing way, which Shinobu found particularly unsettling. Shinobu agreed, emphasizing that if they acted carelessly, they would be annihilated, which was why they needed a solid plan. Alice suggested they begin by tracking the movement of the ancient flower. Shinobu explained that when the flower started moving, the barrier surrounding it would dissolve. The reason was simple. It needed to leave the barrier to absorb life outside. When that happened, all the monsters inside would come out at once. The flower would grow larger after consuming them, and would then attack the northern city. At that point, Shinozuka and other guild members would be operating at full capacity. Shinobu noted that they might be able to request backup and that only certain participants would be allowed in the raid battle. Alice mentioned that if such an event occurred, it would cause widespread destruction to all the residents of the northern city. Tsukuyomi added that due to the flower's power, those people would be absorbed happily, leaving them powerless to resist. Some suggested they stop discussing the situation and focus on something more important, preventing the ancient flower from growing larger. To do this, they needed to protect the monsters. By doing so, the monsters that were fleeing could resist the charm of the ancient flower. Gabriel planned to apply her buff to help the monsters run faster. Shinobu was grateful that they had learned from Isabel that weapon enhancement could be used in various ways. Even if it wasn't casting support magic but merely a buff, it could still work not only on summoned beasts, but also on regular monsters. Shinobu said that if the monsters couldn't escape, Alice would subjugate them. He left that task to her while he, Gabriel, and Tsukuyomi prepared to attack the flower with their full strength. Around that time, the black dog was expected to recover as well. Tsukuyomi agreed, and the black dog soon transformed back into his human form, stating that he would use his skills to protect everyone during this critical moment. Alice blushed upon seeing him and expressed her excitement, saying they were all counting on him. The boys then announced that the event would start in just 5 minutes. Shinobu and the others learned that the barrier would disappear in 5 minutes, which matched the game's specifications. With that, they prepared to move out. The Wendigos were trying to escape, but the flower's tentacles captured them all. Gabriel fired her gun to take down the first one, reminding herself to stay calm in order to aim well and live up to Shinobu's expectations. Her heart was pounding, causing her to miss some shots, but she resolved to calm down, knowing this was the moment to prove herself. Suddenly, Gaia appeared behind her, bringing a comforting scent that made Alice feel at ease. She thanked Gaia silently, understanding that Shinobu must have sensed her anxiety and sent Gaia to support her. Earlier, she recalled Shinobu telling her that he would be moving separately for a while, and that she should prioritize her safety because they only had one life. If things got dangerous, she was to leave immediately. Shinobu had summoned Gaia with instructions to follow her and contact him if anything happened. As Shinobu departed, leaving the monster to Alice, she wished him safety. He smiled in return, agreeing and promising to come back for her. She reminded herself to stay calm and focused, determined to do her part so others could fight without worry. Meanwhile, Shinobu and his 3 companions prepared. Using a first-tier support magic called Super Zoom, he scanned the tree and the flower, eventually identifying the main target, the raid boss Dryad residing within the ancient flower's core. Shinobu realized it was almost identical to the game's version, except for the middle bar display. Usually, the middle bar shows lumber, but during raid battles with multiple players, it becomes visible to indicate collective health. This was also true for the player's SP bar, which changed during events. Since raid battles involved many players, the enemy's body was stronger, but it could still be defeated. They needed to act quickly. Shinobu instructed Gabriel to cut the scaffold into pieces and then focus all her bombing power on the flower. She agreed. Shinobu ordered Black Dog to stay behind and defend, and Black Dog transformed into his Cerberus form, vowing to protect them with his life. The countdown from 10 to 1 began, marking the time until the barrier would disappear. As Shinobu prepared to call Tsukuyomi, she reassured him not to worry, and said he could strike whenever he was ready. When the barrier finally vanished, Shinobu readied his 5th-tier magic, Excalibur, and created a massive cut through the ground. At the same time, Gabriel unleashed her 5th-tier holy magic, New Christ, launching a powerful fire attack on the ancient flower. Shinobu understood that core players would know there was a bug causing the event to start 2 seconds early. He realized he needed to strike the ancient flower before it could react and deal as much damage as possible. His first attack went perfectly, but he was shocked to see it had no effect. He noticed the flower's roots were causing it to grow larger, transforming it into something like a monster. Tsukuyomi mentioned that the flower hadn't targeted her either, and that it was truly hideous. In response, she used her 5th-tier magic, Toy Box, to summon many skeletons. Shinobu thought the spell was named so because very few could use it effectively. It was a rare item that could purify or clear an entire area, preventing casters from being disabled. The skeletons advanced on the ancient flower. From a distance, Gabriel observed that the tactic seemed to be working and was about to comment when Shinobu sensed something was wrong. The toy box spell he knew was different. Tsukuyomi called out to Shinobu, revealing that something was amiss and she was struggling to maintain the spell. An external force was forcing her to cancel it. Shinobu became fearful as he realized there were summoning restrictions in effect. He asked if Tsukuyomi was all right, and she said she was, but had been caught off guard. Shinobu suspected it was not a summoning magic issue, but a different category of magic imposing a strange summoning limitation. In response, Shinobu summoned the 5th-tier summoning magic Bahamut. The Bahamut dragon appeared and used its flamethrower on the flower, but suddenly the attack was cancelled and the dragon disappeared. Shinobu concluded that the attack was nullified when an error triggered. He understood that the game's system normally did not allow anything beyond its restrictions, and such complications didn't arise randomly. Someone was rewriting the rules to suit themselves, not blindly, but intentionally preventing Shinobu from clearing the event easily. The ancient flower collapsed, and Shinobu noticed that the first hit should have reduced its HP by 4.23%, but it only decreased by 4%. Gabriel agreed, saying she had observed the same, as had Tsukuyomi. Shinobu explained that this was not following the usual rules of their world, which meant a significant external interference was at play. Gabriel asked how they should proceed. Shinobu advised her to focus solely on the enemy before them, warning that losing focus would lead to failure. When a tentacle lunged toward him, Shinobu swiftly slashed it off with a small knife. The flower prepared to attack again, and Shinobu encouraged everyone to do their best, despite the restrictions. They were assigned to complete the solo raid, and would push through the inflated game no matter how unreasonable it seemed. Together, the four rushed to attack with great speed and power. Gabriel initiated with a fiery kick, while Cerberus struck from another side using dark magic. Tsukuyomi launched a 5th-tier attack called Flame of Abyss. Shinobu then unleashed his own 5th-tier holy magic, New Crest, recalling that the flower was weak to fire in the game. However, since the usual rules were disrupted, he wanted to be sure how much HP their attacks actually removed. Suddenly, from the smoke, a tentacle shot out to strike Shinobu, who barely dodged in time, noting how fast the attack was. Shinobu realized that the flower's attack power hadn't changed, and that his attacks were not damaging it effectively. Numerous tentacles struck at him simultaneously, forcing him to dodge and cut them all, which made him think it would be overwhelming and impossible to handle alone. Eventually, one of the tentacles struck him hard enough to slam him into a wall, causing Gabriel to worry about his condition. Despite the impact, Shinobu kept his focus, believing the damage was not severe and that his sacrifice skill, Tank, had been activated. He noticed that Black Dog was there, having saved him. When Black Dog asked if Shinobu was all right, Shinobu became concerned, realizing that Black Dog had taken significant damage on his behalf. Shinobu thought it was bad enough that Black Dog's extra magic guard had shattered, and his HP was now at half. Shinobu knew that if the attack had hit him directly, he would have been killed in one shot. Gabriel revealed that all 4 of their 5th-tier magic attacks combined had only reduced the flower's HP by 0.45%. Shinobu was shocked, finding this beyond unreasonable. Shinobu realized that the counterattack of the ancient flower was faster than its cognitive processing and swifter than the 10 giant ribs that had wiped out more than half of the mid-HP gods of Cerberus. He understood that if those gods had such HP, others with less would die instantly. Moreover, a mysterious force was interfering by ignoring all known rules, and this raid battle was unlike anything Shinobu had encountered before. If the attack affected only half of the raid boss's health, it would have been nearly scraped off, and even if they continued battling, they wouldn't have enough time. The risk of being killed would increase exponentially. Shinobu revealed that if there were a way to increase the damage, Gabriel could handle it. Shinobu wondered if she intended to use one of her other powerful attacks, but he knew it was one of the strongest spells in that world. The 6th-tier Armageddon, a wide attack embodying God's wrath that would eliminate all targets without fail. However, he warned that using it would bring about a dire final judgment. Gabriel explained that the final judgment came at the cost of the Archangel's soul, likening it to divine wrath cast by the gods, and that in other words, only her character would be lost. Shinobu shouted in agreement, acknowledging that Armageddon would indeed cause massive damage, but he needed Gabriel with him, someone to eat, talk, and laugh together with, a relationship far beyond just a game character. She was not merely a character, but a part of all of them. Moved by this, Gabriel became emotional. At that moment, Tashuku Yomi appeared and said she also enjoyed talking with Gabriel, but wondered what their next move should be. There were still 24 hours until the ancient flower matured, but at their current rate, they would be wiped out. Shinobu stated that if they lacked sufficient firepower, he could resort to the 3rd-tier suicide spell, one of the strongest in the game. He could combine it with the recovery orb he obtained by leveling up to perform a combo attack just before dying. This strategy would allow him to use multiple attacks without actually dying and without giving the opponent any chance to counterattack. However, he barely had enough orbs left. Gabriel agreed to support him, urging him to focus on Dryad. Shinobu emphasized that defeating the flower was essential for their survival and called for another strike against it. They all rushed to attack the ancient flower with their powers, slashing off the tentacles that came their way. From a distance, Alice watched the battle and decided to help Shinobu. She thought the ancient flower's branches were moving wildly, making them hard to see and even harder to keep up with. Feeling overwhelmed, she apologized to Shinobu. Shinobu was very frustrated because the branches seemed endless. Gabriel quickly took charge of attacking, asking them to leave it to her. She then used the 3rd-tier aerial swing, slashing off many branches in an instant and clearing a path for Shinobu to advance deeper toward the boss of the ancient flower. Finally, Shinobu reached the core and identified it as Dryad. He noted that the branches were fiercely protecting it, but he was unbothered. having prepared a powerful surprise for Dryad. Shinobu used the suicide attack, creating a massive explosion inside the ancient flower. At the same time, he activated the recovery orb, hoping it would work. He soon realized the boss's health bar had decreased significantly, confirming the orb's effectiveness. Since his family was with him, his suicide attack had become even stronger. Before breaking into the torrent, Shinobu linked his 3 summoned beasts' souls with his own, so if he used the recovery orb at the wrong moment, they would all die instantly. The ancient flower's health bar was rapidly depleting, and Shinobu knew that if he mistimed his recovery, everyone could perish. It was time to fight seriously. He continued using suicide and the recovery orb multiple times, with others watching intently. Finally, after one last effort, he managed to defeat the boss and deplete its health. However, he was shocked to discover that the ancient flower had a second health bar, which made him worried. After a while, Cerberus sensed an approaching herd and mentioned this to the group. Alice, from a distance, spotted something flying in the sky and identified it as the ancient ice dragon. Shinobu also noticed this, and Cerberus informed him that they were just a few kilometers away and must investigate the abnormalities since it was their territory. Shinobu felt a growing sense of dread. If the ancient flower absorbed those dragons, it would grow rapidly and become uncontrollable, leading to catastrophic consequences. Shinobu had a few recovery orbs left. Most had been used in the first stage, and realized he had to finish the battle quickly with his limited resources. As he pressed on, Alice grew worried for him. Tsukuyomi and Gabriel continued cutting down the branches, explaining that the ancient flower kept attacking them even under bombardment. They could not afford to let their guard down until the hunt was complete, since any damage taken would weaken Shinobu's suicide attack, and failure was not an option. Shinobu realized he had used all his recovery orbs and sensed outside interference. He wondered if Dryad was still alive and why its health bar was still visible. He discovered the boss was recovering and speculated that it might be absorbing the ancient dragons. Shinobu contacted Black Dog to ask about the dragon herd's position. Black Dog replied that they were flying over the mountains and would arrive in a few minutes. Shinobu understood that the boss was not captured yet, so he was unsure how it was recovering. With no recovery orbs left, he could not use the suicide attack again, and switching to a different spell would take too long. His condition was dire. He also noticed that Dryad was counterattacking because he had stopped using suicide. The boss rammed itself into the ground, causing others to worry about Shinobu. Though trapped, Shinobu told Black Dog that even if it used its HP to shield him, nothing would change unless they dealt with the branches. Black Dog agreed and prepared to burn everything down. Gabriel realized that Shinobu had exhausted his strength on the suicide spell and lacked the energy to fight the branches, so everyone needed to help him. Shinobu found himself trapped, his strength drained by the branches, unable to cast magic. His health was rapidly falling, and he had little time left. He considered burning the branches, but feared his magic would be depleted before it succeeded. He knew he had to suppress the threat quickly, but wondered how he could overcome such difficulty. Suddenly, Shinobu noticed his level had risen significantly. Upon checking, he found he had reached level 99 and been granted 2 recovery orbs. Seizing the opportunity, he used suicide and a recovery orb again to break free, surprised to receive only 2 orbs and unsure what had triggered this awakening. Now, at level 99, he believed he could defeat the boss with a single hit. He called on his summoned beasts for one final attack. Together they struck the ancient flower. Tsukuyomi used the 3rd-tier Dark Soul. Black Dog unleashed its claw of fire, and Gabriel threw her spear. Shinobu, inside the Dryad, caught the spear and performed a 3rd-tier suicide attack on the boss, using a recovery orb to revive and successfully defeat the ancient flower. He declared victory, but to his surprise, Dryad was still smiling. Shinobu suspected that the ancient flower existed in some other dimension or space, making the battle far from over. After a while, they were all summoned to a different space where Alice were also present. Everyone wondered why they had been brought there. Then a screen appeared displaying a code, which explained that the seed of the ancient flower had originally been planted in a garden, tended by an early alchemist couple. This seed had the potential to devour the planet and grow to an enormous size. However, the couple discovered that the ancient flower was capable of communication and had been treated like family by them. Despite this, the flower could not overcome its instincts and eventually lost its mind. driven to devour everything around it. In a final act of reasoning and regret, it transformed itself back into a seed and fled into space. When it landed on the planet, it hoped to bring the happiness it had once experienced. Shinobu then understood that the ancient flower knew only love, but was unable to give it. At that moment, it revealed its distorted form. The dryad appeared and thanked Shinobu for killing her before disappearing once again. The screen showed that the dryad was inside the dryad, and Shinobu expressed that he just wanted to rest. He reflected on the summoning restrictions, forced leveling, and outside interference, realizing that none of these issues had been resolved yet. It became clear that the battle was not truly over, and the experience rewards had already been paid in advance by Observer TM. Shinobu wondered about the Observer TM. Alice then asked if the raid was over. Shinobu agreed and thought that the isolated space was granted as a reward and would normally vanish after some time, so it was like a temporary safe zone. He appreciated everyone's efforts, but believed it was still too early to relax because something had awakened during the raid battle. Many events were occurring that were not part of the game, and if they didn't find the culprit behind it, spell cancellations would happen again. Shinobu agreed with this and explained that the strange occurrences were not caused by interference from within the game world, but from outside it. This interference was happening to one person, which was why Shinobu had leveled up to 99. Now, he could use the suicide technique and defeat the flower. His level had been forcibly increased by 10, and he had even received 2 recovery orbs. His goal was to defeat the enemy, and they didn't need to raise his level further since the orbs should have been enough. The interference had a purpose, to reduce the number of recovery orbs to 0. Therefore, those people had raised Shinobu's level and adjusted the maximum level he could reach. Shinobu felt that the Observer TM sounded like a job title. Alice called Shinobu and mentioned that during the battle with the ancient tower, she hadn't been able to help and was so scared that her hands were shaking. Shinobu tried to comfort her, saying it wasn't true and that she had actually stopped the monsters from being absorbed by the tower. He thanked her for defeating them all and said that without her, the ancient flower would have grown even larger. She insisted that they all fought the ancient flower and that she hadn't done anything. Shinobu gave her a lesson, explaining that she had been training, strengthening her weapon-enhancing magic, and casting spells every time. She agreed and said she had started casting the magic continuously just to keep it going. Shinobu asked if the magic had any effect, to which she replied that her weapon just became weaker. However, she said she needed to get used to using the magic in that way. Shinobu then demonstrated by creating the first tear fire and explained that sometimes people could sense bloodlust or fighting spirit. He asked what she thought it was when she could attack an enemy from a distance without realizing it. She said that they wouldn't be able to defend against that. Shinobu agreed and said it was the basic defense. He explained that they would have the basic defense status, which wouldn't cause much damage but should work as a buff. Alice could also use the attack to temporarily block the enemy's vision and might even blind them if she got lucky. Alice was really happy to hear such encouragement, and Shinobu continued by telling her that she needed to keep practicing until the time came when she could unleash her full power. Then Tashukuyomi asked what they should do next and whether Shinobu planned to stay in that space until something appeared. At that moment, the screen showed that the Babylon Ski had been selected from the item box. Shinobu wondered what it was. As the Babylon Ski activated, they were all suddenly summoned to a very different place. They were surprised to see giant stones scattered among many houses. Alice wondered where they were, and Shinobu explained that it was the 13th floor of Agartha, a super high difficulty dungeon. He had already told Gabriel that it was the perfect place to level up, where they could earn bonuses and skills if they cleared it. Although the skills would be excellent, the risk was very high, and he also mentioned that he had 0 recovery orbs left. Alice then reminded him that she had talked earlier about training and increasing their levels, but Shinobu said it was not the right time. He thought that all those events had been meant to activate the Babylon Ski. Alice pointed ahead, saying she felt like a tower had just risen there, but it had not been there moments earlier. They all heard a sound welcoming them to the 2nd floor of the 13th floor. Shinobu noticed that others had heard it as well. Now they all had to climb the tower to reach the nest of the Demon King. They also learned that all the Demon Kings would respawn and they had to kill them all. Entering the tower required perfect conditions, and from now on, others would no longer be able to hear the announcement. Gabriel said they were being asked to climb the tower. Alice mentioned she had also heard about it but wondered about the Demon King. Shinobu revealed that it would be a continuous fight with stronger enemies. He thought that since he had defeated 10 of them once before at his level, it would not be too difficult. He understood that the announcement had been made only by the Demon Kings. But since he had fought many monsters before, some of which might have been enhanced versions, they needed to be cautious. Shinobu then thought about the Demon King Astaroth, who was the Grand Duke of Hell and rode a dragon beast, the toughest boss in the game. If an enhanced version of Astaroth appeared, it would be on a completely different level. Shinobu preferred not to take Alice with him because she was only level 30, but since there was no other option, he asked Cerberus to prioritize protecting Alice. Now, they were all about to enter the tower, wondering if a snake or a demon would appear. To their surprise, they found themselves in Shibuya. Shinobu had been expecting something, but he never imagined seeing Shibuya like this, as it did not match the world setting of Levita. He wondered what the management was even thinking. Alice was surprised by all the buildings and then spotted a monster ahead riding a dragon with a person sitting on it. Shinobu wondered who the boy was. The boy greeted Shinobu, introducing himself as the Observer TM that Shinobu had been looking for. Shinobu wondered if the Observer TM was the person Shinozuka had told him about, a player named Tatsuya Mikumi, who was ranked number 1 and was also a medical student in the real world. He had even qualified for the National Athletic Meet after aging 3 events. Tatsuya then approached Shinobu and told him that he had been watching him, finding it strange to see him up close. He greeted Shinobu once again. Shinobu wondered why Tatsuya was there and realized that he had been observing him all along. Shinobu had many questions, but felt he couldn't let his guard down until he could determine whether Tatsuya was a friend or foe. Just then, Tatsuya revealed that he was the one who had given Shinobu all the experience points and other resources needed to defeat the Demon King. Alice called Shinobu, revealing that her level kept increasing uncontrollably. Tatsuya explained that they needed to reach level 120 to advance to the second floor, and since Alice had survived the second floor rush at level 29, her level was skyrocketing. Shinobu pointed out that they hadn't done anything, and that Tatsuya was the one who had actually defeated the Demon King, so all the experience should belong to him. Tatsuya agreed and admitted that he had defeated the Demon King on the second floor, but found it inconvenient to discuss it, so he deleted the Demon King's corpse. Shinobu then confirmed that Tatsuya was behind all the events involving the Ancient Flower and the raid battle. When Tatsuya asked why he thought so, Shinobu explained that the multiplayer raid battle had been changed into a solo raid, and the summoning restrictions and forced level-ups after the battle had started were not things players could control. This indicated system interference, and since the character was named Observer TM and acted like one, it was natural he was managing the system. Tatsuya commented that Shinobu was scary for having such insight. Shinobu wondered what Tatsuya wanted and asked if losing the battle would mean the world's destruction. Tatsuya denied this, explaining that the barrier would not disappear over time. The flower inside would have kept growing until it burst and self-destructed within the barrier. Since there were houses inside the barrier and he believed Shinobu would barely win, he did not take those people into consideration. Shinobu then understood why the barrier had been created, but pointed out that if they had lost, everyone inside would have been wiped out. Tatsuya replied that this was unfortunate, but fate they had to accept. Shinobu told him not to make light of the situation, but Tatsuya insisted he was serious. Shinobu became angry and said he could handle being targeted by Tatsuya, but found it ridiculous that Tatsuya was willing to abandon the people inside the barrier. Tatsuya showed no concern for Shinobu's feelings, saying he couldn't tolerate cheats. Shinobu had accessed the game without permission, and Tatsuya hadn't expected Shinobu to clear the tutorial. He might have let that slide if it were all, but Shinobu had used recovery orbs which Tatsuya deleted, not knowing they would be given to Shinobu after clearing the tutorial. Tatsuya had taken many actions, surprised that the scheduled special benefit release was 2 months away, and that the recovery orb was a major problem, throwing off the game's balance and causing trouble. That was why he decided to take the recovery orbs, but ensured Shinobu used them all against the Ancient Flower. Tatsuya did not expect Megumi to be so strong. Shinobu then thought that the photo of Megumi sleeping in the hospital had been given by Tatsuya to Shinozuka. When Shinobu asked how Tatsuya knew Megumi, Tatsuya replied that as Tatsuya, he knew everything about that world. He wanted people to enjoy the game without cheating because he was also the executor. Since Shinobu had participated in the game authorization and used cheats, Tatsuya declared that he would have to kill Shinobu. Gabriel immediately tried to attack Tatsuya, but before she could, Tatsuya apologized and used his power. causing her to fall to the ground. Shinobu tried to intervene, but then saw that Black Dog was also under attack, having taken a blow from Tatsuya. Tatsuya mentioned that Tank's incredible speed had saved them. Shinobu understood that Black Dog had the highest HP among them, and even though it had been halved after the Ancient Flowers attack, Tatsuya took down Black Dog with a single blow. Black Dog urged everyone to behave and warned that if Tatsuya hit Shinobu as hard as he did them, it would really hurt. Shinobu realized there was no way he could win against Tatsuya and wondered what he should do next. Tatsuya then proposed a game with simple rules. Shinobu had to find him before Shinobu died, and if Shinobu managed to land even one hit, that would be considered a win. Otherwise, the game would be over, and Shinobu would die. Shinobu did not understand the situation, and wondered why Tatsuya, if he wanted to kill him, was still playing the game. Tatsuya explained that he was also the enforcer, and his role was to ensure the game remained fair. Shinobu thought about what had happened to Gabriel earlier and realized that even if he fought Tatsuya head-on, he had no chance of winning. Then he asked what would happen if he managed to defeat Tatsuya. Tatsuya revealed that he would give Shinobu a reward if he won, adding that it would be unfair for him to win and receive nothing. He also mentioned that he had something valuable in mind to give Shinobu if he won and promised to share that information afterward. At that moment, Tsukuyomi used third-tier magic called Dark Soul to attack Tatsuya, declaring that they had won and urging Tatsuya to quickly give them their reward, stating that he had no obligation to join in the fun. In response, Tatsuya used his power to kill Tsukuyomi and then disappeared. Tsukuyomi was worried about Sir Beerus and was checking on him while Shinobu tried to hold Tsukuyomi back. Just then, Tatsuya returned and asked if Shinobu was the kind of person who could not even discipline his own pet dogs, criticizing Tsukuyomi's manners for attacking and implying that if they continued, they would die early. Shinobu instructed Gabriel to treat Black Dog, noting that Tatsuya appeared unharmed and spotless. Tatsuya remarked that Shinobu would be happier if he just died. Shinobu wondered why Tatsuya, who claimed to be watching over him, refused to explain why, saying that revealing such information would violate the rules of the game. Tatsuya then asked if there was anything else Shinobu wanted to know, stating that it was time to begin. Shinobu felt deeply annoyed as he realized the vast difference in power between himself and Tatsuya, leaving him with no chance to win. He then looked at Alice and asked her to do him a favor by allowing her to leave. However, she stopped him, insisting that she could fight. Shinobu silenced her firmly, shouting that Tatsuya wanted to deal with him because he had used a cheat, and that it had nothing to do with her. He warned her to promise that Alice would return safely to her own world once the matter was over. Tatsuya considered what to do and then promised that he would not lay a hand on Alice, regardless of whether Shinobu won or lost, and that he would move her to Isabel's mansion. However, he made it clear that if Alice got caught up in their fight, he would not be responsible for her safety. Shinobu then asked Alice to get as far away as possible immediately, emphasizing that it was his request. Though hesitant at first, she eventually started running away from the scene. Tatsuya mentioned that while they gave Alice time to run, he would grant Shinobu a handicap. When Shinobu asked about Tatsuya's status, he remarked that such generosity from someone trying to kill him was unexpected. Tatsuya agreed and explained that to keep the game fair, he would share some information. He began by stating that his occupation was Swordmaster and that he was currently at level 130. Shinobu thought that must be the maximum level now that the level cap had been removed. Tatsuya continued, saying that he could see using the demon eye of wisdom and the clear mirror of still water, and that he also had status immunity and had acquired many unused cheat skills. Shinobu wondered if Tatsuya could see every magic attack with those abilities and thought it was an incredible skill that allowed him to dodge every attack. Tatsuya confirmed this, adding that he could avoid all attacks he could see. He estimated that Shinobu was around level 102 after their last fight, meaning there was a 28-level difference between them. He also revealed that he had specialized skills to avoid cheaters, so Shinobu's attacks would not hit him, and Shinobu would discover the full extent of this soon enough. Shinobu considered all this and then wondered about the possibility of using area bombs, but Tatsuya interrupted, saying there was no area bombing allowed because the arena couldn't handle wide-range attacks and it would make the game unplayable. Shinobu commented that the restrictions seemed convenient for Tatsuya and insisted the game was supposed to be fair. Tatsuya asked if Shinobu didn't like that, warning that he would cancel the reward if Shinobu won. He then challenged Shinobu to a fight to the death. Shinobu refused, stating he would play the game. Tatsuya was pleased and said they should start, as Alice had gone far enough by now. He added that once he beat them all and got out, he wanted Shinobu to promise that Tatsuya wouldn't interfere with them again. Shinobu asked Tatsuya to promise the same. Tatsuya wondered if Shinobu really thought he stood a chance, but said only fools gave up without trying. Then, as Tatsuya passed through Shinobu, he stabbed his sword, commenting that Shinobu was truly useless. Black Dog used the Claw of Fire to attack and saved Shinobu, for which Shinobu thanked him. Shinobu, feeling relieved, thought that without such a tank, things might have been much worse for him. He then attacked Tatsuya with Freeze Edge. Tatsuya countered using the clear mirror of still water and wondered if Shinobu had not heard that he should focus on a single target. Shinobu responded by attacking with a large fire, but Tatsuya again dismissed the attack, saying it would not hit him. Shinobu understood that he needed to strike more carefully, but Tatsuya remained standing amid the smoke, speculating that Shinobu was only trying to create a smoke screen to block his vision. A simple idea, indeed. Then, Tatsuya noticed Shinobu trying to run away under the cover of the smoke, but believed he would not get far. Suddenly, Gabriel and Tsukuyomi attacked Tatsuya from behind. Tatsuya remarked that they were repeating the same tactics and still hadn't learned their lesson. He easily slashed at both of them, leaving them badly injured and lying on the ground. Tatsuya commented that their struggle was utterly useless. He then slashed at the surrounding buildings to collapse them onto Shinobu, intending to defeat him. Now, even if Shinobu tried to run, Tatsuya believed he would not win the battle. Shinobu tried to dodge the falling debris, but Tatsuya appeared behind him, ready to strike. Just before the attack landed, Gabriel flew in at great speed and took Shinobu away from danger. As they fled, Shinobu thanked her for saving him and asked about Tsukuyomi and Black Dog. Gabriel replied that both could revive, but currently had no MP. Shinobu agreed, thinking that with nearly a 30-level gap between him and Tatsuya, Tatsuya felt like some kind of monster. An attack struck the building behind Shinobu, and Tatsuya stood at some distance, stating that if they kept running, he would start changing his approach. He said he would first target Tsukuyomi and asked if she could tell Shinobu to stop running. Shinobu felt bad when Tsukuyomi called out to him, telling him to forget about her and get out of there. Tatsuya meant for her to shout louder so Shinobu could hear her. Then, Tatsuya attacked Tsukuyomi again, causing her to scream. Shinobu felt really bad about this, and then Black Dog arrived. Shinobu apologized for limiting Black Dog's role as a tank. Black Dog replied that there was no need to worry, as limiting the tank was a wise decision. Shinobu thought that as long as he and Gabriel were alive, they could revive their teammates and get back into action. Suddenly, Tatsuya attacked Black Dog brutally. Shinobu tried to use third-tier aerial swimming to rush away, realizing the situation was dire. He found a portal and entered it, wondering if he could revive their teammates. Watching his teammates get slashed repeatedly was draining, but he knew they had no chance unless they ran. At the place where Shinobu arrived, Tatsuya was already standing behind him. Tatsuya asked if this was where the tag would end, and looking into Shinobu's eyes, guessed that Shinobu was planning something. He rushed to attack Shinobu to find out what his plan was. Gabriel stepped in to take Tatsuya's attack on herself, wishing Shinobu good luck. In response, Shinobu used a Tier 5 magic called Dark Matter. Tatsuya wondered if Shinobu was trying to block the magic and noted that status effects did not work on him. Shinobu suspected the same and then used a stun grenade, thinking that, like the sniper rifle which could be exchanged for guild coins, the grenade's strong flash and loud explosion could cause dizziness or shock, depriving one of sight and hearing. However, this effect worked only on normal people, while Tatsuya possessed many cheat skills. Therefore, Shinobu used dark matter to block Tatsuya's vision, intending to amplify the power of the grenade's light. He reasoned that suddenly being hit by bright light in a dark environment would severely damage the eyes. Tatsuya was seen putting his hand over his eyes. Shinobu remarked that although Tatsuya could invalidate status effects caused by magic, he wondered how it felt to be blinded by a modern weapon. Shinobu saw that it was indeed working. Tatsuya then attacked Shinobu with his sword again, but Shinobu dodged. Tatsuya commented that it seemed like this was Shinobu's last resort, and that he had been expecting it. However, Tatsuya lamented that it was a shame such an effort could not damage his eyes. He explained that the clear mirror-like surface of the still water had helped him dodge the attack, and even if he couldn't see, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the attacks otherwise. He then asked what Shinobu was thinking at that moment. Although the eyesight of Tatsuya had been lost, he could still see Shinobu because he possessed the demon eye of wisdom, which allowed him to perceive the flow of magic. This skill functioned like a sixth sense, enabling him to sense magic and anticipate Shinobu's movements, which had been enhanced by physical reinforcement. He was shocked that Shinobu hadn't noticed this. He then threw the locket off his head, and Shinobu understood that Tatsuya knew his location. Tatsuya remarked that he seemed to have overestimated Shinobu, but Shinobu was proving to be disappointing. Shinobu, however, did not believe he could defeat Tatsuya in that way, and asked if Tatsuya had limited his simultaneous summoning and refrained from summoning a beast. Shinobu then used 5th-tier magic to summon Bahamut. Tatsuya wondered if Shinobu planned to bring down the entire building. At that moment, Gabriel appeared at Shinobu's side. Shinobu explained that the building was already half destroyed, and there was no way he wouldn't use it since it was now collapsing. The debris and fragments would serve well for physical attacks. He commanded Bahamut to destroy the building and then used a magic circle to disappear and reappear in front of it. Shinobu asked if Gabriel was all right, to which she expressed gratitude for being saved. They were both flying in the sky when Shinobu thought about the barrier they had created for protection. However, Tatsuya was a sword master who could not use magic and would be buried alive by the rubble. Earlier, when Shinobu realized that magic would be ineffective, he had already planned accordingly. That was why he stole Tatsuya's vision. Without magic, Tatsuya could not avoid the falling debris, and even if he had, he would not have escaped unscathed. Suddenly, they noticed something shining. It was none other than Tatsuya himself. Tatsuya admitted that Shinobu's actions were bold and expressed surprise that he was left uninjured. He remarked that if he was meant to be feared, he should have informed Shinobu earlier. Shinobu had not known that the swordmaster could use magic. Tatsuya said he should have explained it before the confrontation began, and that he probably had many unimplemented cheat skills. Sometimes romantic roles like magic swordsman appear unexpectedly. Tatsuya had intended to use magic but decided against it, saying he never expected Shinobu to come this far and did not want to reveal the magic swordsman's abilities. Nevertheless, it was true that he had used those skills. Shinobu argued that escaping danger without knowing about the magic wasn't fair. Tatsuya responded that it was his own loss for breaking the rules he had set for himself. Tatsuya denied the suggestion and explained that, according to the scale, he was barely safe, but that was not what he wanted. He then proposed making it a draw. Shinobu wondered what Tatsuya meant by that and what Lady Tatsuya was referring to. Tatsuya agreed to end the game and said he would disappear now, but he would confiscate the key of Babylon that Shinobu possessed. He added that the reward Shinobu had been offered earlier would also be gone. However, Shinobu would be allowed to leave alive and even have the source of injustice removed from him. Shinobu was asked what he thought of the proposal. He replied that it was not worth it because they needed to survive in order to achieve their goals. Shinobu then asked if Tatsuya would admit that it was a fair deal. Tatsuya responded that he could not make any such confession in the future and warned that if Shinobu refused, he would have no choice but to kill him. Shinobu replied that was impossible, which was why Tatsuya was asking for a draw. Still, Shinobu refused, saying that neither a draw nor being killed was an option. Instead, he intended to defeat Tatsuya, ending the game there. Suddenly, a bullet was fired and hit Tatsuya. He realized it was a sniper shot from Alice, who were positioned on top of a building some distance away, declaring that they had won.